Please take your seats. We're about to begin. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy for the last Monday of January 2025. We'll begin this morning, as is our custom, by all rising and joining Representative Rita Mattson as she leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, once again, good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Michael Vose, chair of this committee, and we have a full day of public hearings to get to, and we'll start those in just a moment. But first, I wanted to bring the committee up to date. Last week at this time when we met, I think I explained or informed you that we had 22 bills to deal with. Well, about 3 days later, that number jumped from 22 to 43. So we doubled the number of bills that got assigned to us just last week. So we're going to have a very busy month ahead. I have tentatively scheduled all the bills, and we can actually finish all the public hearings by the 3rd of March, according to the schedule I've put together. Now, that depends on the fact or the luck that we won't have any days canceled by snow, or that there won't be some other kind of event, emergency or whatever that prevents us from meeting. But if all goes well, we should be able to finish public hearings on all the bills by the 3rd of March, the first Monday of March. We will sprinkle in some executive sessions along the way to get bills done and on their way to the clerk. We will have an executive session tomorrow morning on 3 bills, 2 of which we're hearing today, I believe. And that will give us a total of 6 bills on the House calendar for the first session of 2025-2026, which will be Thursday, February 6th. Does anyone have any questions about our status going forward? Seeing none, okay, let's open a public hearing then. I open the public hearing on House Bill 189 and call to the testimony table Vice Chair Representative Doug Thomas, the prime sponsor of House Bill 189, which defines clean energy and the Department of Energy's 10-year state energy strategy to include new technology, small-scale nuclear energy, renewable energy, and fuel diversity, and removing references to the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to members of Science, Technology, and Energy. My name is Representative Doug Thomas. I represent Rockingham County 16, which is Londonderry. This bill is very simple. The sole purpose of this bill is to include nuclear in the definition of clean energy. This is something that many states have already done. I've already checked and seen that even the states of New York and Colorado have legislation pending to include nuclear technology in their version definition of clean energy. So it's time that New Hampshire does that as well. And one of the reasons why we want to do this, obviously, nuclear energy does not emit any CO2 emissions. But the other reason is to give notice to potential investors that New Hampshire is open. The market is open to any type of nuclear technology that they may seem fit to come in here. And we want to make sure that we want them to know this, and we want to make sure that there are no barriers that would prevent any marketing company from coming in here and seeing if they can do business here involving the new type of nuclear technology. So with that said, That would have been all I had to say, except that when I went to the OLS and the lawyer to tell them my goal, they decided to put the definition of clean energy into Section 1, Chapter 21 of the state RSAs, which is a huge compilation of general definitions of various things. And so the definition of clean energy was put into a new added Chapter 55, which would be easy to find. It follows Chapter 54, which is a definition of gender identity. But you can see how everything mixes in there. In doing so, and I had a conversation with the Department of Energy, we discovered that inadvertently they had combined nuclear and fuel diversity under the definition of clean energy, which was not my original intent. So I have prepared an amendment. It's amendment number 2025-0077H. There are copies sitting up front there. I prepared that to fix that situation to where the amendment would now take, it would take fuel diversity out of Chapter 21 and put it back into, let's see here, do it right. It will put it back into RSA 12P:7C, where it will say clean energy and fuel diversity, so as to not mix the two together. With that being said, that was the sole purpose of this bill. I'll answer questions involving that. I'm done.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for the representative? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just a clarification, when you say small-scale nuclear, I don't really, how that's defined. Are you talking about SMRs here, small modular reactors? Or is it anything of any size that's small, and how do you define small?
Well, my thought was looking at the practical aspects of it, that small-scale nuclear technology is the new nuclear technology of the future, and that's what I felt was a reasonable thing to put into the definition of clean energy. That's because, practically speaking, I don't think we're going to be doing any large scale like Seabrook again.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up, because with SMRs, you could be looking at, let's just say, a 10 megawatt plant. So that's going to be small scale. But you can also look at 10 megawatts times 5 in the same location, which would be, is that small scale? I'm just not sure we're defining the term clear enough to say small scale should be, less than 100 megawatts. If it's, I mean, you're talking about SMRs, we're going to be manufactured remotely for the most part. So you might have a site where they put in 2 5-megawatt plants, and then 5 years later they decide, well, let's put in 3 more. Does that then not become small scale? I just think we need to define that a little bit better.
Well, it wasn't my intention to go to that much detail. My intention was just to include nuclear under the definition of clean energy.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nuclear waste is anything but clean. In our field trip to Seabrook, we saw they have an entire building to house spent nuclear waste. So how is this addressed under your definition of clean energy?
Again, it was only to put the fact that nuclear is clean energy. The EU has included nuclear in their definition of clean energy. So have many other countries. This does not speak to how we store it, which incidentally, the storage of nuclear waste at Seabrook is very small area, very deep underground. But that's not the purpose of this bill. The purpose of the bill was just to put nuclear as a definition of clean energy, so that when we talk about clean energy, it doesn't omit nuclear as potential possibilities. How we handle it, how we store it, would be matter for another bill.
Follow up. Sorry, I saw your arm, Representative McGee, and thought it was her raising her hand again. Actually, Representative Kaplan had his hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question, and I appreciate the amendment. I think that's a wise amendment. Does the term clean energy occur in any of the other statutes relating to, energy or utilities? I mean, I know we have renewable energy, like, because we have the renewable energy standard and stuff, but does the term clean energy, is there any other program associated with that definition that you know of?
There are sprinkled throughout the RSAs references to something being clean energy for a particular program, but nowhere in the RSAs is there a definition. And that's why I was submitting this bill. So because of that, that's why this bill was submitted. But there are references to programs when they speak of, say, renewable as clean energy. That's how it's addressed there. But it's not really defined until this bill came along.
Okay, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for taking my question. I'm wondering if we're going to be defining clean energy in that list. I mean, I went and looked it up. It's really general terms of statutory construction, related to statutory construction. So I'm not sure if it is appropriate for it to be there, but if OLS thinks that that's a good place for definitions, I'm wondering if we could define clean energy as non-greenhouse gas emitting sources of energy so that we're clear. We're not identifying individuals, we're not limiting it in terms of future technologies, but we're simply saying that if it's not contributing to the problem of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, that we would consider it clean for those purposes. We don't have to call out specific technologies. And maybe if we could come to an agreement on what the definition should be, then it would be, easier for anybody reading the statute to understand what we meant, because clean energy doesn't appear to be defined anywhere else. And it looks like this bill is trying to put a definition there.
Well, the impetus behind this was in the 12P chapter, which comes under the Energy 10-year strategy plan. They had a subsection in there that spoke about clean energy, such as renewables, and then they added fuel diversity. So my intent was to add nuclear to that portion, so nuclear would be included for investors to see. But when I spoke to the lawyer at OLS and asked me what was my intent, I said my intent was just to include nuclear as clean energy. I wasn't thinking about any other definition. I just wanted to include nuclear in there. That's when he decided to put it up into chapter 55 of chapter 21, I guess. So any additional definition, I guess you could come forward with an idea, and we can certainly discuss it.
So just to put a button on it or a pin on it, I don't know what the right metaphor is. If we're defining clean energy, my opinion is we should, and I'm a co-sponsor on this, it should be as broad as possible. And then when it comes to amending 12P7A 1C, which is where the list is of what's included, I don't have any problem having clean energy and fuel diversity listed there. And if clean energy is defined as non-greenhouse gas emitting sources of energy, then it would include nuclear, and by definition, and it would be in the list for the 10-year strategy report that we would want anything in that category to be reported on when the 10-year strategy report comes out. So you're looking to list it explicitly, and I'm saying, does it make sense if we're defining what clean energy is for the state that we put in a category defining what clean energy is so that everything that fits that description is then included?
Like I said, it's open for discussion. Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just making an observation of the recommendation that Representative McGee made, saying define clean as non-greenhouse gas emitting. Water vapor is the most ubiquitous greenhouse gas beyond carbon by factor of 50 to 100. So if one was using hydrogen as a fuel, and hydrogen has been proposed as a source of a fuel to be generated by power plants or windmills when their load is not being fully utilized. It's an ancillary byproduct that could be made because it could be used as a fuel afterwards. That concept of non-greenhouse gas emitting would not work. I think you're much better off identifying nuclear as a clear, clean fuel source right up front.
Noted.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. So all you're trying to do is simply add this to the definition of clean energy. You're not trying to sort of broaden the definition of how we recognize clean energy. It's very narrow, very simple. You're simply adding nuclear as clean. Is that correct?
That was my original intention, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I would, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just stated that the intent was to define nuclear energy. However, in your testimony, you said that the intent was to invite nuclear energy technology to New Hampshire and let them know we're open for business. So what is the intent of this bill? Thank you.
Well, you're correct. My intent was to put nuclear under clean energy because that's where it belongs. And as a result of doing that for the state, investors will look at those RSAs and see that, oh, they accept that nuclear energy is part of clean energy, and therefore they're not adverse to it should we choose to do business in the state with involving nuclear energy. So I would say that my intent was to define it, put nuclear in there, and as a result, it would open the door for people to see that we are open to having some form of clean nuclear energy come into the state.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
This is just on form. Again, we're adding a definition for clean energy under the statutory construction list of, laws relating to how we govern the state. So it's a definitional framework. And the way this bill would ask the language to be added, the definition in statutory construction for clean energy would be the words clean energy shall include small scale nuclear and renewable energy. It's a definition of clean energy. So we're really trying to say, what does the term mean? And if we're just naming technologies that are included rather than the definition of clean energy, I think it's not at the right level for us to be putting it in that list. I don't think it's an appropriate definition because it doesn't cover us for future technologies and future things that are not spelled out in the list. I think we should be defining what clean energy is.
Noted.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank Representative Vice Chair Thomas for introducing this legislation and call next on the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission, Alex Spidell. Good morning to the PUC. I see you're all here this morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to offer some brief remarks in support of this bill from the PUC, regardless of the ins and outs of how the technical language will be worked out and where it'll end up. The PUC thinks it's a laudable goal to support the concept of all of the above energy approach in New Hampshire, including nuclear. That has been a principle of our state energy policy since at least the time of Governor Lynch. So we just wanted to offer our general overall support for this bill. And that would be all unless there's follow-up questions.
Questions for Mr. Spidell, representing the commission? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Representative Corman thought of one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Spidel, for taking my question. So when you say all of the above, does that really mean all of the above, like any energy source?
Well, I would offer this insofar as our neighbors, especially in southern New England, are calling on a rapidly expanding capacity obligation. We heard from the ISO of about 73 gigawatts. And so we were roughing out the math. That would be equivalent to about 80 Seabrook nuclear power plants. New Hampshire is unique insofar as we are advocating and have advocated for as long as I've been around, again, since the time of Governor Lynch, for the capability to expand our energy generation to serve this expanded load need. So we're a lonely voice right now in the regional grid. And I think it's important for New Hampshire to remind everyone out there that if you want to radically expand your energy diet, you need to expand your energy generation capability as well. And so nuclear being in the mix, small nuclear, as indicated by Vice Chairman Thomas, could help in that direction.
Seeing no additional questions, I want to thank you on behalf of the PUC for being here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
And next we'll hear from Simon Warwick, who is here on behalf of StarCube, which I believe is New Hampshire's only nuclear startup. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to present to you today on behalf of StarCube, where I'm head of growth. StarCube is a Portsmouth, New Hampshire-based pioneer in the advanced nuclear industry, looking to design, manufacture, deploy, and operate advanced nuclear throughout New England and maybe elsewhere too. New Hampshire may stand at a critical juncture in its energy policy, having the potential to become a net exporter of electricity to the rest of New England through strategic decision-making. The foundation of this transformation may lie in adopting advanced nuclear energy technologies that promise to bring reliable and cost-competitive electricity generation to commercial realization within the next decade. With informed policy decisions, public and private focus, and investment in advanced nuclear technology, New Hampshire could transform its energy sector into a leading provider of reliable and cost-effective electricity. These are not my words. These words are taken directly from the Commission to investigate the implementation of next-generation nuclear reactor technology in New Hampshire. And I commend the participants of that commission, some of whom are present today, for their detailed, methodical, and comprehensive examination of this topic. At the federal level, in the U.S. Nuclear Energy Deployment Framework document published in November of last year, it states, the U.S. government explicitly considers nuclear energy as a clean energy source, stating that nuclear power delivers safe, clean, reliable, and affordable electricity to communities across the nation and plays a critical role in the nation's transition to a clean energy economy. And this classification extended into several important laws. Firstly, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law of 2021, which explicitly included nuclear power in its definition of clean energy under programs aimed at decarbonizing the energy sector. In the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, the law provides clean energy production tax credits for nuclear power. Nuclear energy is treated on par with wind, solar, and other renewable sources for its contribution to a carbon-free electricity grid. Looking down at the state level, as Representative Thomas mentioned, Arizona, Connecticut, Illinois, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Washington, Wyoming, and most recently Massachusetts in 2024 have modified their definition of clean energy to include nuclear fission. As a New Hampshire resident of over 25 years and a representative of a pioneering New Hampshire business, I'm committed, like all in this room, to the advancement of the New Hampshire economy, the development of a skilled workforce that can access advanced high-paying jobs, and a clean environment in which to raise our families. Clean energy is key to this vision, and by adding this designation into law, we are strengthening the New Hampshire advantage and continuing to position the state as a leader in New England's energy landscape. I'll take any questions anybody might have.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And I would like to invite you to come back later in the session when we have some spare time to tell us more about your company. And if there are any questions for this gentleman right now, I'd remind the members that the questions should be about this bill, not about StarCube. Representative Kaplan, did you have one?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it is about the bill in the sense that we are, trying to advance nuclear energy in our state. And so I welcome the gentleman coming in today and taking our question. This is just a question to allay the fears of people who agree that we need nuclear energy and in all of the above strategy, as I do, but do have concerns about the waste product. So what is your pitch to people who are concerned about the waste products, caused by nuclear energy?
Absolutely, I understand. Unlike carbon emissions from fossil fuels, which are released into the atmosphere and cannot be easily retrieved, nuclear waste is contained and stored. Its volume is minuscule compared to the waste and pollution generated by fossil fuels that release toxins like mercury, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter directly into the air and water, causing widespread harm. Nuclear spent fuels are securely managed in regulated facilities, ensuring minimal risk to the environment and human health. Advances in technology such as fast reactors and reprocessing can significantly reduce the volume and toxicity of nuclear waste. Geological repositories like Finland's Onkalo facility demonstrate that safe long-term storage for nuclear waste is feasible. The waste is isolated deep underground, far from ecosystems and human population.
Representative Harrington has a question.
More of a comment than anything else. I think when we're talking about the waste, people ought to understand putting it in, say, minimal. It's kind of like, what does that mean? Well, if you took one of these tables right here, that could contain 18 months worth of spent fuel from Seabrook. So the whole 40 years, or even if it goes to 80 years, you could fit all the waste in this room. It's not that big of a problem. People overestimate that quite a bit.
Thank you. I would add to that StarCube reactors being 5 to 15 megawatts are orders of magnitude smaller than Seabrook.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I just have that you're the head of growth.
Yeah, Simon Warwick.
Simon. All right. Thank you very much. Right now, you're the only nuclear private facility in New Hampshire.
We're not a facility.
Okay.
We're a business that is designing and looking to manufacture advanced micronuclear reactors here in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Can I continue? Thank you. With the intent of this bill being to essentially open doors for New Hampshire to nuclear energy, do you anticipate any kind of oversaturation of this industry in New Hampshire?
No, I do not. As has been said before, especially I think by Representative Thomas, as I'm going around the country and indeed other countries looking at where StarCube can make a difference, one of the first things that comes up is siting. Not so much the technology. Lots have been written about advanced nuclear and its differences to traditional nuclear. There is a huge need for increased power. We all recognize that. But on the industrial side, not so much on the sort of microgrid side, not so much on the power generation side. I'm constantly receiving calls from businesses who would like to use advanced nuclear to power things like Bitcoin mining, data centers, using process heat in their manufacturing capabilities. They don't care where they site from a state point of view. They're looking for an environment that welcomes them, where they can do business. defining nuclear as clean energy helps in those decision-making processes by those entities. Our order book contains companies in all categories, from power generation through microgrids through process power, that would be willing to relocate or construct their facilities in New Hampshire, should the regulatory and popular opinions provide for that. They're ready now. And we're also working with the university systems, not only here in New Hampshire, but in our neighboring states, to develop the curricula that enables such a skilled workforce. This definition will help us all in getting to that state.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vose, and thank you for coming here today. You mentioned next generation nuclear lays out a timetable for rollout within the next decade. And I'll admit that seems ambitious to me, but are you aware of any current projects that have begun, or what is the typical timeline to meet that 10-year rollout?
Yeah, I mean, there are several companies that are doing similar to what we're doing, that, if I'm honest, are a little bit ahead of us. There is only one company that is on the docket at the NRC for licensing their new reactor design. We believe that StarCube could have an operating reactor within about 5 years.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you very much for being here, and I hope you'll accept our invitation to come back
Absolutely,
at a future
thank
date. And since I have no more pink cards, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 189 and open a public hearing on a House Bill 221 relative to assessment of cost effectiveness of the system benefits charge. And I'm going to ask the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Michael Harrington, to present this legislation to us. We have a lot of pink cards on this one, so it's going to take a while. I might have to limit testimony to 3 minutes.
And here's another one. One more.
And I just received several more, so. So Representative Harrington, where are you?
I'm right here. Excuse me.
And when you finish your testimony, I need a pink card from you too, please.
Good morning. I'm Mike Harrington. I represent Stratford District 18. And this bill is it's about a timing issue and how we do the cost effectiveness review for the energy efficiency programs. And since I submitted this, I've been talking to some people, and I realized that there may be an issue with the timing of this. So rather than have me pontificate up here, I'd rather have someone who actually knows the ins and outs of it speak on it. So I would defer to the Public Utilities Commission to address that issue.
Okay. You have nothing else to say about that, about the bill? I guess you're not going to accept questions either. All right. So next, I've got a pink card here that wants to bring forward Alex Spidell, Chairman Dan Goldner, Chairman Chattopadhyay, and Commissioner Dell'Orfano, or Commissioner Chattopadhyay and Commissioner Dell'Orfano. So I don't know if you all want to come together or just want to let Mr. Spidell speak for you or what, but
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll just come up in sequence. So I'll just give a brief opening remark, and then if it would be all right, I'd cede the floor to Chairman Goldner.
certainly.
So as by way of opening, the commission wanted to thank the drafters of this bill. Just as last year, I had testified in favor of a similar effort, both here and at the Senate, because of the importance that the commission attaches to its analytical rigor and independence in assessing energy efficiency programming. And we are very appreciative of this effort. It's a good step in the right direction. the two angles that are going to be discussed today. There's first the tight time frame issue that may need to be reworked, as indicated by Representative Harrington. And then the second element that we'll put in a plug for is for reworking or striking through or deleting Roman 6 AD 5, which is the following provision of 374-F:3 that would need to have some attention in order to affect the intent, which I believe is the intent of this bill, to reactivate the commission's analytical capabilities in this area. So without further ado, I would like to cede the floor and the microphone to Chairman Goldner. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Chairman Golden.
Good morning, Chairman Bose, committee. I just have some brief comments and being sensitive to the time limit. The commission, as Attorney Speidel mentioned, is here today to support this bill, which allows the commission to improve triennial plan programs and is an important step in the right direction. I'll just touch on the 12-month stipulation in the bill that that means the commission would need to complete its work, its adjudication in the current year, because the next triennial plan starts on January 1st, 2027. There's the 12-month stipulation. So what that means is this committee, the House, ultimately the governor's signature would have to be complete very quickly to give us enough time to have an adjudication. So we would just encourage quick passage of the bill and potentially a reduction in the 12-month window so that we have time to give the parties process in dealing with this issue. Secondly, as mentioned by Attorney Speidel, this bill addresses D4, but in D5, the legislature only allowed the commission to look at program changes, which means that only 3% of the current triennial plan was reviewed by the commission. 97% was not reviewed or regulated because D5 doesn't permit the commission to evaluate the current plan. It only allows the commission to look at changes to the plan. So the commission would like to encourage the committee to review that sometime now or in the future so that somebody's looking at the entire plan and not just a fraction of it. And then finally, in the spirit of time, I'll cede the floor to Commissioner Chattopadhyay, of course, taking any questions you might have for me, who has some additional observations on the benefit to cost tests that are in this statute. And he can elaborate a little more on some of the challenges with the current tests. So I can take any questions or cede the floor to Commissioner Chattopadhyay.
Any questions for the chairman? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Goldner, for being here. I was here when 549 was put out in order to basically assist small businesses in New Hampshire that were participating in the New Hampshire Saves program in terms of weatherization and other energy efficiency partnerships that they had done with the utilities. So my question is, you're talking about being able to get at 90%, 97% that is currently not regulated in the plans that are coming to you after having been developed by the utilities in compliance with the statutory desires of the legislature in terms of what we would like our energy efficiency programs to do. And so the question is, can you foresee that perhaps sanctioning off a majority of the program is the piece that creates stability for all of the parties that are involved in terms of their being able to count on and plan for and deliver services into a 3-year plan? It just provides stability, right? So I guess my question is, what is it that you think having jurisdiction over the 97% that remains stable would be of benefit?
Thank you for the question. I would say that the 3-year timetable in the triennial plan gives that kind of stability. Of course, the legislature allows the utilities to come in every year for any changes that they want. So it's kind of set up, I would say, in a stable way. But I would say, to the point of your question, that a periodic review of the programs is wise. Things change, technology changes, and so having a process by which there's a refresh every 3 years, as opposed to 97% getting stale, that could go on for even decades without review. I would suggest that a periodic review, and every 3 years seems like frequently enough to look at the programs would make sense.
Follow up?
So, so that would put the Public Utilities Commission in a position of really being a party to the development of that plan then, rather than having, as it's been since we've had New Hampshire Saves, the expertise has been requested from the utilities in order to execute the programs, and also bring evidence to the Public Utilities Commission for adjudication in terms of the fact that they're meeting the standards that are outlined in the statute. So I'm just trying to figure out if that doesn't change the role of the Public Utilities Commission to be participating more in the pieces that we delegated to the utilities. It just feels that way to me.
If I could just briefly address the question.
Yes, please.
So I would say first that the legislature wisely set the budget for energy efficiency back in 2021. In the old days, prior to that, the commission set the budget. But I believe it was completely appropriate and sensible for the legislature to set that budget. And so that's the environment we're now in. So now underneath that budget, the question is, what's the best way to spend that money for customers, whether it's large customers, small customers, residential customers? What's the best way to spend the money? And that gets to the very point of this bill, which is the benefit to cost analysis that is sort of at one big chunk of the analysis that needs to be done in order to determine which programs are better than others. And the fact of it is, in my opinion, that some programs and some projects and some measures are better than others, and we want to make sure that we're prioritizing the right projects.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm specifically referencing lines 10 and 11 in the bill, where it says the commission may consider modifications to the Granite State test and different or additional tests developed through an adjudicative process. Can you give me an example or idea of some modifications of the Granite State test that may be considered, or what the different or additional tests might be? Thank you.
Sure. If it would be all right, Commissioner Chattopadhyay has very brief comments on both the Granite State test, the TRCT test, and other potential tests, and is a PhD in economics and is very well qualified to answer that question at the level of detail that I think you would want. If that would be okay, we can defer that question to Commissioner Chattopadhyay.
Yes, let's do that. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Hello? Hang on. Point of order.
Representative Harrington has testified.
Oh,
Good
right.
point.
Good point.
I'd forgotten that. So forget Representative Harrington's question. If he even asked one, I'm not sure.
I didn't get it written down, so it never happened.
His testimony was so brief that it just, it's like passing through a little town. If you blink your eyes.
If you could put
miss it,
those words
yeah.
in writing so I can bring them back to my wife, because otherwise she's not going to believe it.
Okay. All right. Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Curiosity question. You mentioned the 97%. Could you define how much that is in real terms?
In dollars, it's approximately, the numbers are a little off. I didn't prepare that number for the hearing today, but it's between $220 and $250 million. Yeah, over a 3-year time horizon. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's bring up Commissioner Chattopadhyay for his section of this response. Good morning, Commissioner, and welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. So let me first make a statement, and then I can try and respond to the questions. And I'm going to wear the economist's hat here to share my thoughts. When we think about benefit to cost ratios, and we are talking about the society, then it becomes important, in my opinion, to capture all benefits as reasonably as possible, as well as all costs that are driving the changes. So it's in that context when I'm thinking about the Granite State test, as opposed to, let's say, the TRC test. The Granite State test it's based on something called a utility test, okay? And it only looks at costs that appear in the bills and then compares those with the benefits that arise out of any program. In reality, when the program participants, even though they spend their own money, they're also getting a big chunk from other ratepayers. That you have to understand that resources compete. We live in a world where resources are scarce. So when you're talking about societal impact, you need to capture also the costs that the program participants spend on their own to get a better picture of what the societal benefits are relative to the societal costs. So because the Granite State test does not do that, it takes out a big chunk of the cost that is associated with the participants' costs from their own pockets. It sort of skews the look at the societal test, meaning, I'm looking at the benefits to cost overall for the entire society. So that is something I get concerned about. There are problems also with the TRC test that it doesn't really capture all of the benefits because sort of decided, okay, it's harder to get a sense of how to quantify the benefits. I think there is a need to put a lot of stress on analytically calculating what the benefits are, and that is, it's, even if we do it reasonably, that's good. But at this point, we may have not looked at it as holistically as we should. So those are just the comments on the tests that are being talked about. I also think in the statute, when you have Granite State test or even TRC, it's not defined anywhere else in the statute, to the best of my knowledge, and that sort of creates issues. So the ability to look at the Granite State test, and this bill sort of does that, that is a significant improvement. But I also commented on the overall picture. So there are ways to further improve things going forward. This I'm just sharing as an economist's viewpoint here.
Okay, thank you. So I think I understood you to say that the Granite State test doesn't capture all the costs, and the total resource cost test doesn't capture all the benefits. So the statute currently provides for using both. Together, do they capture all the costs and benefits?
Not really. Even with the Granite State test, it could calculate the benefits better. And there are some benefits that are not being captured even in the Granite State test. And that is true for the TRC as well. The sequencing matters. So if you're going to say if GST is the primary test and TRC is the secondary test, it's not like you're even if you're maybe capturing all of the benefits and the costs, but you are using them differently for the different tests, then you don't really have a perfect sense of what is the best for the society.
So the statute also, my follow-up question would be, the statute also provides, well, actually, the bill, not the statute, but the modifications to the statute that the bill proposes would allow the commission to consider modifications to the Granite State test and different or additional tests. Is there anything you could say about either of those provisions in the bill?
That's why I said that is a step in the right direction. But I'm also speaking to, as the term Granite State test is being used currently and TRC is being used currently. So I'm just indicating this is welcome, what you have. And I'm trying to justify how this will help in getting to a better place.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. This is very interesting to me. It sounds like we don't have really a good test in your view. Do you think that we actually need to construct a whole new test? And if so, who would be doing that?
The way the bill is worded, it will become part of, let's say a PUC docket where the different parties will provide input, and that's one way to begin the process. And then what I've indicated, I mean, obviously, I'll have to be working within the bounds and stay in the lane as far as what is part of the record, what is not. But I'm simply just indicating that within that process, there are ways to improve the test. That
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I have a few. The chairman and I were each members of the EASY Board, which was disbanded in the last biennium. And it was my understanding that that was where the triennial budgets were coordinated, discussed, and then brought to the Public Utilities Commission for adjudication. So it was testified to earlier that the PUC was creating those budgets. And I don't think that was how it was working before. But my question is, in your testimony, you said that all of the costs are not captured because you're not including the money that the homeowner puts in when an energy efficiency project happens. And I would argue that cost does not rightfully belong in the overall cost, which increases the cost-benefit ratio or lowers the cost-benefit ratio, because the program was designed to be our contribution and the our efforts at increasing energy efficiency in order to lower demand, basically, right? It was a demand side effort on the state of New Hampshire. So the program isn't designed to account for the fact that the homeowner wants to undertake this. They also are going to benefit from the savings long term, right? But if you are looking only at the cost of the program that we are providing through the state and the benefits that are happening in terms of the energy mix and the savings, then I think it is appropriate that it be measured the way it is. And if there were going to be a change to that ratio, then the decision should have more stakeholder input than just the public
Is there a
utilities
question here, Representative?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, he's talking to us about what he thinks is right and wrong with the way it works right now. So I had to articulate what I thought from the context that I have around this process as it's been undertaken over the years. So my question is, can you understand what I'm saying about the fact that I would think the reason that the cost that the homeowner puts in as part of the Granite State test was purposely left out, and maybe the utilities can also comment on that, because it doesn't create the correct cost benefit for a program. It's not all the things of society. It's a program and the people who are participating in the program that you're trying to analyze.
So, respectfully, first of all, I wasn't part of the process. So, secondly, the whole point is that you're trying to get to a point where you're targeting the societal benefits and the societal costs properly. And the way that is being done under GST, it's completely missing the point. And when it does it, I could even say it's rather convenient that you are sort of ignoring all of the costs that those program participants paid, but they also got a lot of money from somewhere else. So obviously somebody is going to be more interested in doing stuff because they're not paying everything from their own pocket. And ultimately, if you are thinking about all New Hampshire citizens, then it's important that the test is true to the fact that you're measuring the total societal benefits and the total costs. That's the basic tenet of any economic efficiency analysis. And so, I mean, does that mean that if the statute says something that we shouldn't do that? No, I'm not. I'm just giving you my opinions as an economist here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to Commissioner Delfano. We have 6 more pink cards here of people who would like to testify. So, Mr. Delfano has nothing to add. So are there any further questions for the PUC? No. Oh, yes, there are. Okay, so Representative Swanson. And please phrase it as a question. This is not a debate, and we don't need to hear an elaborate background. Just ask a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is, you've talked about the test. Is there, perhaps it's discussed academically, does there exist a formula currently that establishes how the test is performed available? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't have the exact references here, but there are quite a few tests in the literature. So, for example, the Granite State test, it's sort of based on the utility test, concept. So it's based on what's in the utility bills. And there are other approaches too. And the TRC test is more like I'm going to go with the total benefits, total costs. And in that construct, again, different jurisdictions have chosen different approaches, different tweaks of it, but there are there are specific measures that are in the literature.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you to the PUC for being here this morning and for giving us your perspective on this legislation. I now would like to hear from the Department of Energy and call on Megan Stone to give us the department's take on this bill. The department is neutral on the bill, but likely has something to say about it. So welcome, Ms. Stone.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy. So as the chair said, the department's position on this bill is neutral. I'm just here today to give you a little bit of background and some context from where we are. So as you've heard, it's related to our state's ratepayer-funded energy efficiency programs. Ratepayer energy efficiency programs are required to be cost-effective, meaning they have every dollar of spending leads to at least $1 of benefit. An important component of cost effectiveness requirement is having a cost benefit test that lets us evaluate whether programs are in fact cost effective. A cost benefit test lets us know whether we should or should not pursue particular programs and allows us to prioritize those programs to maximize value for ratepayers. The current cost-benefit test, which was developed by stakeholders when the state was considering adopting an energy efficiency resource standard, the Granite State test was approved by PUC, but was not yet a statutory requirement. For a bit of background, in 2021, there was a decision on the 21-23 Energy Efficiency Plan that was seen as unpopular amongst stakeholders, the legislature, and the then governor. The decision led to House Bill 549, which was intended to stabilize the programs and put in place guardrails that limited the issues that the PUC could consider. One of those guardrails was the Granite State test was put into law and passed both bodies unanimously. In 2024, the 24-26 three-year energy efficiency plan was approved, and in that order, the PUC made it clear their interpretation of the law was that they could not change anything regarding the Granite State test. And that interpretation means that any changes to the cost-benefit test remains in the hands of the legislature. House Bill 221 would give the authority to change the cost-benefit test back to the PUC, and the bill would lock in the Granite State test for the remainder of the 24-26 energy efficiency plan. Then for 27-29 period, it would authorize the PUC to undertake adjudicative proceedings to modify the current cost-benefit test or use different tests. So in summary, the bill before you, today gives the legislature the responsibility to decide whether they want to be involved in the details or delegate it back to the PUC. And that's where we are. We're neutral, like I said.
Questions for Ms. Stone? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for coming in. I appreciate that as a society, we need to look holistically at the cost effectiveness of any program that the state is sponsoring. But just out of my own curiosity, I was wondering if you could tell me, do the benefits of the Granite State, the Granite State test includes a look at the benefits. Do those benefits include, at this point, the mitigation of climate change that would occur as a result of increased energy efficiency?
So I would just have to double check on that. I'm new to the department, so I just want to get my facts straight before I'll get back to you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we want to thank you.
Thank you.
Before I call the next person, I just want to let everyone here in the room know that House Bill 224 FN, scheduled at 10 a.m., will actually begin as soon as we complete the public hearing on this bill, House Bill 221. Next up, let's get the utility perspective and call on Michael Licata from Eversource and Mark Lemminger as well to get their take on this legislation. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. With me today is Mark Lemminger, who is our supervisor of our energy efficiency programs here in New Hampshire. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this morning. We are coming to register our opposition for HB 221. We do appreciate the bill sponsor's intent to try to provide additional regulatory flexibility. However, we do believe that the legislature was correct in 2022 when it passed HB 549, which put the Granite State test into statute. At that time, the legislature heard considerable amount of testimony from a wide range of different stakeholders who all spoke to the need for a certain level of certainty, stability, and understanding of the program guardrails going forward. Stability and certainty in the development and execution of these programs is really quite critical. It's critical for the utilities who administer the programs. It's critical for the contractors who actually go out and perform the work to weatherize homes and improve the efficiency of a business. And most importantly, it's critical to the customers who rely on the programs. We believe that reversing HB 549 and allowing the PUC to use a different test that is developed through an undefined stakeholder process raises a number of concerns. The timing issue has already been discussed, but we're happy to go into additional detail on that. But it is important to note that the current Granite State test was developed through an extensive stakeholder process that I believe took over 2 years before approval by the Public Utilities Commission. We believe that the current framework provides for a rigorous cost-benefit test whose inputs are regularly updated. And the result of this test is our positive outcomes for our customers who ultimately rely on these programs to lower their energy costs. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's start the questioning with Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Licata, for being here. Mr. Lemminger, it's good to see you again. My question goes back to one that I already put out there, which is the idea of including sort of the all social benefit cost and all social benefit. My understanding is that this individual program is not designed to take that kind of a global look. It's basically looking at what was spent and the benefits that we derive from the work that we actually did, contrasting those two things. So can you speak to that, Mr. Lemminger?
Sure. The benefit cost test working group was commenced from 2018 through 2019. The recommendations provided in 2019. One of the aspects that was looked at was the TRC, the total resource cost test, which is what we used prior to the Granite State test as our primary test. It included participant costs, but excluded participant benefits. So as part of that review of the working group, we looked at should we include both the costs and the benefits? And the result that was determined of the working group was, for symmetrical purposes, we will exclude the participant costs because we're excluding the participant benefits. So you're able to have, if you are including one, you should be including the other. The result of the working group was we will exclude both because it's hard to measure, or difficult to measure, the participant benefits and reach agreement on what those values should be.
Follow up.
So the follow-up would be, then do you think where we're at now has reinstituted the stability that you're looking for? It sounds like from your testimony, Mr. Licata, you're saying that you think that we stabilize the program and that we shouldn't be looking to rework something that's already been worked significantly, right? So is that the position?
We believe that the current cost test, the Granite State test, provides us with certainty and stability, not only for the utilities in terms of planning the programs, but also in terms of providing customers and contractors certainty in terms of what types of projects and programs are going to be provided going forward.
Commissioner Chattopadhyay testified that in his judgment, the Granite State test does not capture all costs, and the total resource cost test does not capture all the benefits. And I asked him at the time if he thought that the two tests together captured all costs and benefits, and he said he did not think so. What is your memory of the proceeding that adopted the Granite State or developed the Granite State test, and what weaknesses may it have that allow it to not capture all costs?
So the total resource cost test, the test that was used prior to the Granite State test, it includes participant costs, but excludes participant benefits. The Granite State test, as part of the working group that developed it, we did not develop participant benefits and values that we could agree to and associate to those benefits. Therefore, the participant costs and benefits are excluded from that test in order to preserve symmetry across the test. If you're including the costs for participants, you should be including the benefits. But since we were excluding participant benefits, the decision was made to exclude participant costs.
Okay, thank you. You think that's the right thing to do?
Symmetry should be included, yes.
Okay, thanks. Further questions? Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I remember a testimony from the PUC that basically stated that the way it currently reads now, that the results are skewed. And so if the results are skewed, how does that affect your program in terms of who gets the job done, or in terms of how you accurately read who can benefit from the program?
How are the results skewed?
Well, again, that
No,
question was.
that's
I
okay.
should-
I think it's fair to say that we disagree with that assessment by the commission. We do not believe that the current test skews the results.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd like to call next on Michael Joy of Londonderry, New Hampshire, who is representing himself.
Thank you, Commissioner Vos, everybody here on the committee. My name is Michael Joy. I'm the owner and operator of a home performance company based in New Hampshire. We employ 10 dedicated individuals and proudly serve the state's for-profit weatherization programs. More importantly, we work with income qualified customers, including elderly residents, disabled veterans, single mothers, and others who are struggling with today's rising cost of living. It feels like just yesterday we were here celebrating the signing of House Bill 549, which passed with an overwhelming 353-0 vote and solidified the Granite State Test, a system tailored specifically to New Hampshire's unique needs. In today's energy market, cost remains the most critical factor, whether it's the system's benefit charge or the price of energy-related measures. These programs are laser-focused at being cost-effective and ensuring the state's efficiency programs are responsible stewards of public resources. I'd like to share a story that illustrates the importance of these programs. Just last Tuesday, while preparing a continuing education session for the state's energy auditors, a colleague told me about an interesting encounter. He had recently worked with a client who was a staunch opponent of New Hampshire's energy efficiency programs, a member of this very House of Representatives, in fact. Despite his opposition, the representative admitted he was participating in the weatherization programs because, as he put it, I pay into it, so I'm going to get something out of it. This is the exact kind of customer that these programs are designed for. For someone who would not pursue weatherization without an incentive that these programs provide. Even those who oppose energy efficiency initiatives recognize the fundamental value of being comfortable in their homes and being able to affordably heat them. That's how you know you have a good program, when even the strongest critics benefit from it and acknowledge its necessity. New Hampshire has built a robust energy efficiency program that has long protected the interest of taxpayers, ratepayers, and all residents. This was underscored by the unanimous 353-0 vote in House Bill 549, a vote that placed energy efficiency at the forefront of New Hampshire's priorities. That vote represented progress, collaboration, and a commitment to the state's energy efficiency plan. I stand here today in strong opposition to House Bill 221, a poorly disguised attempt to dismantle a program that benefits every resident of New Hampshire. All contractors in the New Hampshire Saves program operate within these qualified programs, as there are no contractors dedicated exclusively to income-based services. To support the state's initiative, contractors like myself must work across all the program types. Any reduction or elimination of the New Hampshire State's funding will have a direct and significant impact on income-qualified individuals in New Hampshire, resulting in fewer to no services being provided to them under the weatherization programs. I just appreciate your time and your thoughtful consideration. Mike Joy, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next up, we'd like to hear from Matt Mayberry of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. Representative Wendy Thomas has a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Joy, for being here.
Thank you.
We've had some discussion about the Granite State Test, and you seem to have a fairly good understanding of the Granite State Test. As someone who actively works in the field, have you seen any deficiencies from the test that apply directly to your customers?
For us, no.
Thank you. It was a quick question.
Okay, thank
Quick
you.
answer.
We'll next call on Matt Mayberry of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thanks for serving. Thanks for being here. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. We represent the 27,000 people who earn a living through the residential building trades. Within this dynamic organization, we have quite literally thousands of individuals and businesses who earn a living through the weatherization industry. Thousands of Granite Staters are able to stay in their homes through the weatherization programs that receive their funding from energy efficiency programs run through New Hampshire Saves. The New Hampshire Home Builders Association urges this committee to either vote down or label this bill as ITL. We are opposed to the passage of HB 221. The very same PUC that this legislature had to very publicly correct when they made an attempt to claw back $76 million from the poorest of our neighbors is being set up to dictate programs once again from their unelected perch. Do the members of this committee remember that the PUC did an executive order issued on the last hour of the last day of the former chair's reign? It was going to devastate hundreds of small businesses, but you fought back. This legislature said very loudly and unanimously that weatherization and every effort to reduce heating costs matters in the Granite State. The New Hampshire legislature has the final word. However, the legislation, as drafted, sets up an adjudicative process and has the authority to approve changes prior to the next cycle. Who is involved in the adjudicative process? What happened to outlining which stakeholders shall be involved in not only the process, but in the rulemaking authority? What happened to approval through the legislature? Any public hearing in the vague adjudicative process? It's not outlined in there. Once again, this legislature allowed an unelected body to set up a policy for the state of New Hampshire affecting tens of thousands of our neighbors. Don't cede your authority. Don't cede what we elected you to do. The New Hampshire Home Builders Association is focused on providing attainable housing for New Hampshire. One thing that business, in general, cannot stand nor thrive within is uncertainty. How can we provide affordable and workforce housing when we don't know what utility programs will be available? How can we provide career opportunities when manufacturers looking to come into the state can't count on programs to reduce their electric bills versus the will and whim of an unelected body? Please help us get through this housing challenge with stability and predictability. This is the wrong time to introduce variables into our housing market. Please vote ITL on HB 221. Thank you for your time today, and have a nice day.
Questions for Mr. Mayberry? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayberry, for coming in. Just a quick background. I am somebody who took advantage of the New Hampshire Saves last year and re-insulated some of my house, and I can tell you that the comfort level this winter is without measure. So I just wondered, would you agree with me that in terms of costs and benefits, I find it hard to be able to quantify the benefit of somebody living in a warm and secure house, and how would you quantify that in your opinion?
You don't have to answer that. Members have been warned that would you agree with me questions are not appropriate for this committee. So I want to thank you for being here, Mr. Mayberry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll call next on Michael Turcott, who is here to represent Turn Cycle Solutions.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today. My name is Michael Turcott, and I'm here in strong opposition of HB 221. This bill enacted would pose a significant harm to the energy efficiency and energy reduction initiatives that are instrumental in driving New Hampshire's process across the state. These programs not only reduce energy consumption and costs for residents, businesses, but they also play a critical role in foster economic growth and environmental stability in this community. One of my primary concerns is the devastation the impact of this legislation would have on my employment. The energy efficiency sector is thriving in New Hampshire, providing thousands of well-paying jobs across diverse fields. The instability of HB 221 would provide me, as a business owner, projecting instability, leaving hardworking families without income and significantly weakening our local economy. In addition to this direct impact on my employment and our business, the energy efficiency initiatives would create a financial step back to our local constituents. These programs enable companies to lower operational costs, increase competitive nature, expand their operations, and removing curtailing these efforts would disrupt the positive impact and hinder the growth cycle within our state. My name is Michael Turcott, and I'm strongly in opposition of HB 221. Happy to take any questions, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turcott. You asserted at the beginning of your testimony that this legislation would decimate or destroy the energy efficiency programs in our state. How specifically does the language of this bill do that?
So since I can speak to our business since HB 549 was passed, I should say, sir. And so that allowed us, when there was instability in the market, to feel very confident to reinvest into our specific business. I know counterparts of mine who will speak today and already have, the home performance contractors, we feel as though that now we can invest into our companies with stability with this 3-year plan. What this bill does is it allows, in my interpretation, the PUC or someone else to make radical changes, I say on a whim in my personal opinion, where right now I have a stable structure to actually grow and foster our business. I'll take that a step further, sir. We grew our business through the last 2 years from 15 employees to 30, knowing that the consideration of that bill provided us a guarantee that we could grow in this New Hampshire economy. We as employees now, or we have employees now, which is 30 employees. I'm sorry, I'm a little flustered. 30 employees total, and we support a lot of families that way as well, just through that work.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move next to, and I hope I'm going to get this right. The handwriting is a little ambiguous. Chase, either Pinodger or Pinoyer, who's here from Concord to represent himself.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Bose and members of the committee. My name is Chase Pinoyer, and I'm here to represent myself, and I oppose HB 221. I'm a business owner. I just recently purchased a company called Resilient Buildings Group based here in Concord, and we have 16 employees. We're dedicated to finding cost-effective energy efficiency improvements throughout the state. I oppose this bill because it essentially eliminates the guardrails that have been created with HB 549. And I'll never forget that Friday evening when the leaving chairperson of the PUC put in order that completely scrapped the energy efficiency programs. I haven't been in this room since HB 549 hearings, and it was an incredibly tumultuous time in my career, but also in the business. I oppose this legislation, HB 221, for really 3 main reasons. The first is that I see every day customers benefiting from New Hampshire Saves. I see customers that are engaged and getting projects that are resulting in economic returns for years to come. This is daily. If our customers didn't like the programs or didn't have good experiences, we wouldn't be in business. It's just as simple as that. The other reason that I oppose HB 221 is because I believe in jobs. I have 16 employees. I'm one of the contractors here that I think just in this room, we represent over 100 full-time employees. It's significant. And in energy efficiency as an industry, there are thousands. It's not just me, consultants or insulators. HVAC technicians, it's electricians, it's builders, it's so many people in the state. And I think it's so very important to provide stability in this arena. The third reason why I oppose this legislation is because of, and we've all sort of touched on it, we as business owners can't operate in an unstable environment. Without stability in the marketplace, I don't know what I'm going to do. And if cost effectiveness is questioned in New Hampshire Saves, that means that most of our projects probably won't pass a new cost effectiveness standard that has unknown variables. I'm not an economist, but every single one of our projects goes through a rigorous calculation. Every single one of our projects that receives utility funding is vetted. So it's not like we're out here just getting elaborate or overly expensive projects through the gate. I mean, this is real work that's vetted. And with that, I can take questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I want to thank you for your testimony. I have one more pink card for this public hearing, and it is from Mr. Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation. And I noticed you've also filed a card to testify on the next bill. I was wondering if you would waive off this bill and do multiple testimony for your next bill, for the next bill. Are you saying to testify at both at the same time? Yes. Yeah. Because I'm sure you're going to say basically the same thing for both bills, so. All right. So, yes.
We have been limited to addressing the bill at hand when we're discussing the bills. And if he waives off, we will not be able to ask him about this particular bill. That's my understanding of what we're doing right now.
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm opposed to having him waive off. It's his choice, of course, but I mean, if we can't ask him about this
All right,
bill.
let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of it, letting Mr. Krakoff testify once on both bills, raise your hand, please. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hands. Okay, Mr. Krakoff, you can come up now. Thank you. Make it quick. We're way behind on introducing the next bill.
Thank you very much, and I promise to make it very, very quick. Again, Nick Rakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. I wasn't planning to testify on this bill today, but there was something that the commissioner said, the PUC commissioner said, particularly Commissioner Chattopadhyay said, that I really wanted to respond to here today, which is really important. So in the bill, in the the order 27074 in the net metering docket, their Conservation Law Foundation made an argument that basically, when looking at the benefits of net metering, we should also be looking at the environmental public health benefits. The PUC rejected that argument, but I want to focus your attention on the reasoning there. They basically said, unless the commission is evaluating the financial costs and benefits to ratepayers, it is not clear how the commission would evaluate cost shifting between customer categories because neither category benefits from the external benefits as a member of that rate. They said the commission does not know how it would factor benefits unrelated to reductions in rates into the cost shifting analysis. And then they said, notably, while balancing the financial costs and benefits of a program is within the commission's traditional rate-making authority, looking at benefits and costs outside of that is not in their traditional rate-making authority. So what Commissioner Chattopadhyay said was that, basically they want to look at costs outside of that traditional rate-making authority, which is contrary to what was said here. And I think if they're going to be looking at participant costs, not traditional rate-making, costs, not traditional costs to ratepayers, they should also be looking at societal benefits. And it's very concerning that they're talking about looking at societal costs, but not societal benefits. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Krakoff? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Krakoff, for coming in. So given what you just said, would it be beneficial to us in order to vote on this bill to see exactly what factors the PUC would be looking at in terms of costs and benefits? If they're going to look at traditional rate making, then that's not a holistic look. If they're going to do a holistic look, then maybe we ought to know what that entails and what frame they're going to use.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, I think it, it's important to know what they're thinking in terms of societal costs and benefits, because, it does appear to be very one-sided. And I would also note that, as Eversource's witnesses said, when they developed the Granite State test, it was basically a compromise. You weren't going to look at societal costs, you weren't going to look at societal benefits. And here, at least the proposal I've heard today is to only look at one side of the equation.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'm going to thank you. And I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 221. And we're going to move directly into a public hearing for House Bill 224 FN relative to rebates to ratepayers from the Renewable Energy Fund. And I'll call on the prime sponsor of this legislation, Representative Janine Nodder, to introduce this bill to us. Good morning, Representative Nodder.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Janine Nodder, Hillsborough 12, Town of Merrimack, and at 10:24, I don't know if anybody else felt it, but we had a little earthquake. Just putting it out there.
It's 4.1 in Nashua.
Inflation has made it harder for the citizens of New Hampshire to get by, and this is particularly true among seniors. People are concerned about increases in groceries, energy costs, and rents. These are the areas where constituents really can't fully cut back because they are essentials. Unfortunately, for many of these expenses, like groceries and gasoline, the legislature doesn't have any leverage in impacting these prices. They are set by national or global markets that are beyond our control. So I looked for where we can make an impact and help citizens, particularly our seniors who are often on fixed incomes. This bill addresses one area where we can help keep a little more money in the pockets of our residents, their electricity bill. Lowering energy costs is an issue I ran on. By rebating the Renewable Energy Fund back to ratepayers, we would save them, according to the fiscal note, between $2.5 and $7.3 million per year. While that's not going to save each ratepayer thousands of dollars each year, it's a start and an important step to provide relief from some of the highest electricity costs in the country. This isn't a new concept. As this committee knows well, New Hampshire has been rebating funds from our RGGI program for 13 years and has saved ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars over that time frame. This bill seeks to do the same for the Renewable Energy Fund and provide important ratepayer relief. Since I filed this bill, a number of organizations have expressed their support for this legislation. I know that several of them are here today, and I look forward to hearing their testimony from the constituencies that they represent. And I reserve my right to respectfully ask you to direct your questions to them. Accordingly, I encourage the committee to find this bill ought to pass and give our ratepayers the relief they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nodder, for introducing this bill. I have about 10 pink cards here. I'm sorting through them even as I speak to try to find out just exactly who I think we need to hear from next. And I think we need to hear next from Josh Elliott at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Good morning, Mr. Elliott, and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott. I serve as the Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. So the department is neutral on this bill, although some of the details were unclear to us as the exact intent of the language of the bill. Given the language that is struck out on lines 12 through 16, and then the addition of the language specifically on lines 16 and 17 that reads that are in excess of administrative costs and incentive payments. So if listening to the the prime sponsor, as she introduced the bill, it sounds like the intent would be to rebate any money that comes in from the into the Renewable Energy Fund from alternative compliance payments. Although this language does not do that, it does say in excess of administrative costs and incentive payments. Although the language that is struck out above strikes out the language about incentive, any incentive payments being made. So it's not clear to us what exactly is the intent. If the intent is to create some sort of relief valve, if you will, if there were sort of an anomalous year of where I'm making up numbers, given that this number has not happened, say $30 million were made in alternative compliance payments because of a variety of circumstances beyond the control of this legislature, given that renewable energy certificates trade regionally, we could see, working on language to try to figure out, okay, after, proper notice and hearing, doing something like that, so there's appropriate input in terms of what that mechanism looks like and what is considered excess, because that is not clear in the legislation as proposed either, but we're happy to work with the prime sponsor and any other members of the committee to further refine that.
Okay, questions for Mr. Elliott? Wendy Thomas has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have two economic questions. I can do one as a follow-up. On line 16, it strikes out that these funds shall be subject to audit. So if one reads this bill as is, there is absolutely no audit oversight on $7.3 million. Is that something the Department of Energy is okay with?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, as you pointed out correctly, right, that sentence is struck out. If there are, if the intention is to remove any incentive payments whatsoever, I guess all the audit would do would be to say whether or not the money is coming in, the same number that's flowing into the department is the same number flowing out of the department. It could be read a couple of different ways in terms of whether or not it doesn't prohibit us from doing it, but it certainly removes the specific legislative directive to do it.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
As a member of the Department of Energy, can you make a comment on the economic impact of decimating the energy efficiency industry in New Hampshire if this bill passes?
Given that I am not fully aware of the full intent of the legislation, I would defer answering that question respectfully.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the department? Representative McGee has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Josh. Good to see you. I guess I just have a question about the Renewable Energy Fund usage. In other words, I'd like to get to what you're doing with that money, if it's going to evaporate, because as you're aware, the prime sponsor, when she testified, mentioned that we're already rebating quite a bit of money from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative money, which was for investments. This program is also a much smaller program for investment. So what will be the impact of not having any renewable energy fundings for the state?
Thank you for the question. So I can speak to what the programs that are currently operated out of this fund. So there are 3 rebate programs: commercial industrial solar, commercial industrial wood pellet, as well as a residential wood pellet program. There are 2 grant programs that are currently operating: a low moderate income solar grant program, as well as a competitive commercial industrial program. At the direction of the legislature in the last sessions, as part of Senate Bill 303, the department is working on a municipal solar program at the legislature's direction. So that program has not been fully set up yet and operational, but that would if this bill were to pass, would be disrupted. Yes, we would just stop work on that. I would add, this also removes the funding for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry and Energy Innovation, so including all the nuclear duties that were passed last session. The office itself would still exist. We would just not have a funding stream for it.
Follow up?
So many things going on in my brain right now. So the other question that I have is, I believe that we also have a bill to consider removing the RPS. And my question is, if the funding comes from the alternative compliance payments, if that bill passes, would there be no funding in this fund all coming in? Because I'm trying to get it all straight in my head.
It would depend on how that bill is structured.
I have a quick question for you. Rather than rebating the proceeds that are derived from alternative compliance payments, would it be economically advantageous to eliminate alternative compliance payments altogether? And would that stimulate renewable energy credit sales and ultimately lower costs for ratepayers?
If you were to eliminate ACPs, right, there would be no penalty for financial or otherwise for not purchasing renewable energy certificates by the utilities. They would just, in theory, they would buy whatever they could on the open market, but there would be no financial incentive for the utilities to not purchase them. Again, it would depend on the details. I would have to think about it a little bit more and see what a proposal would actually look like.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, getting to the Renewable Energy Fund and the alternate compliance payments, I believe the goal of the legislation was to have maximizing the amount of renewable energy being produced in New Hampshire. So ultimately, we would want the alternate compliance payments to go to zero. That would mean that we have all the renewable energy that the law is trying to accomplish. Given that, what percentage of this goes to alternate compliance payments as compared to, goes to, I guess you say, how much are we spending on alternate compliance payments? Because that means we're not developing renewable energy to the extent we could, or the utilities say it's cheaper to buy make alternative compliance payments rather than to provide renewable energy RECs. So how much is going to this?
Thank you for the question. So the amount going to alternative compliance payments varies over the year depending on a variety of factors that are outside of the department's control or even this legislature's control in terms of how those renewable energy certificates are bought and sold on an open market. Last year,
Go ahead.
Last year, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, it was in our Renewable Energy Fund annual report, which I'm happy to provide to the committee. Again, I want to say it was somewhere around $5 or $6 million as opposed to the cost of the renewable energy certificates that were acquired by the utilities. We're probably trying to remember off the top of my head, probably about 6 times that number.
Yeah, could you provide, I know you can't do it off the top of your head, but could you provide us the value of the renewable energy credits and the alternate compliance payments for the last 5 years? And you submit it to us, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
I can do that.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the concepts and the policy instruments that we're discussing here are getting a little bit confused. Mr. Elliott, isn't it true that obviously as the renewable energy, the requirement that the utilities acquire a certain percentage of renewable energy certificates is really a stand-in for the utilities acquiring a certain fraction of their electricity supply directly from renewable sources?
Yes, so those renewable energy certificates,
yes,
are the renewable attributes of electricity that's produced.
Right.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the alternate compliance payments is a policy instrument that was designed as a cap, a price cap on that, so that the utilities would not be required to pay, some ungodly price for renewable energy instead of paying, say, $100 a megawatt hour? They can instead make an alternative compliance payment to the fund, and then that fund is used to support other people developing renewable energy.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Representative Partial.
Chair, thank you for being here today. A recent Stanford study places another 30, 40 years before natural gas and petroleum reserves are exhausted. Putting the with surrounding states investing heavily in renewables, if New Hampshire steps away from this market, will it not put us at a disadvantage over the next 4 decades and our ability to compete in the energy market?
Given that I have not read that study, I'm not aware of that study. I'd be happy to take a look at it if you send it to me.
I'd love to.
It's a this sort of fundamentally comes down as a policy decision for the legislature, depending on how they want to do this. In terms of peak natural gas or peak whatever fuel happens to be, I am not an expert in that area, so unfortunately I can't offer an opinion on that. Now, in terms of what are you asking? What in terms of the impact would be on the renewable energy market within the state in terms of the?
Am I allowed to clarify?
Yes, clarify, please.
Yes, I'm looking at Vermont that has 100% renewable at this point. Maine has 63%, I believe, and they're getting their energy basically for free, compared to us being 45% of our energy being derived from natural gas, and that's going to have extreme volatility for down in the future. With volatile prices like that, will that be a discouraging businesses, say, from coming to our state because our energy prices will continue to be high, particularly in terms of what other states surrounding us are doing?
So the question has wandered into territory that is outside the scope of this bill, so you respectfully don't have to answer that.
Thank you. I want to be respectful
All
of
right.
the committee's time.
Thank you. Representative Kaplan, do you have a question that's about the bill?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Elliott. This bill would essentially cancel out the renewable energy fund, which is based on compliance payments. So what effect would that have on our ability to integrate additional renewable energy sources or even clean energy sources in our state?
It would, the impact would be those programs that I outlined in response to, I apologize, I can't remember if it was Representative McGee's question, would sunset in terms of the gross impact on terms of New Hampshire itself. I can't say particularly in terms of, how many projects would not get done, how many, what in terms of the larger impact of the grid. I could not answer that question.
All right, seeing no more questions, I want to thank Mr. Elliott for giving us the department's perspective. We're running out of time and we have a lot of people who want to speak, so we're going to have to start implementing a time limit on testimony. So next I want to call on John Reynolds, of Amherst, New Hampshire, representing NFIB.NH, and I am sure he will tell us what NFIB.NH is. Mr. Reynolds, welcome. You have 3 minutes, please.
I'll be try to be much briefer. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Reynolds with the National Federation of Independent Business of New Hampshire. That's why we abbreviate it. NFIB New Hampshire represents over 1,700 small businesses across the state in every size, every industry. And our mission is to promote and protect the right of our members to own, operate, and grow their business. Every 4 years, NFIB surveys our members. Every 4 years since 1982, we've surveyed our members on their biggest problems and priorities. We put 75 issues in front of them and asked them to rank them. So you can imagine it's very hard to get a response when you put 75 issues in front of people. But there's been an emergence recently, as I'm sure you've heard from lots of your constituents, in the concern of the cost of energy. So both transportation fuels and heating fuels and the cost of electric rates have entered the top 10 in the most recent edition, which was published last year. And earlier this month, we surveyed New Hampshire small businesses on whether they believed policymakers should focus on reliability and affordability or accelerate the deployment of renewables or something else. And 87% of small business owners said that the top policy priority should be affordability and reliability. I would also note that at the federal level, the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act included in the climate and clean energy provisions of that bill nearly $1 trillion or over $1 trillion worth of value for alternative energy, renewable energy, and energy efficiency projects, according to a Penn Wharton study. That's compared to the original $380 billion 10-year estimate. And while we recognize, as Representative Nader said, while we recognize that HB 224 doesn't solve the entire affordability problem, it will give small business owners a little break on their electric bills, and that's why we support the bill. So again, thank you to the committee for your time, and I appreciate Representative Nader sponsoring the bill.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Would you say that even though it's a small step, it's a step in the right direction? At least it shows businesses that we're trying to do the best we can, even that we don't have control over a lot of electrical expenses. Is any step in the right direction sending a message to businesses that New Hampshire's trying to do what it can?
I think we wholeheartedly agree with that. And in my effort to trim down the time of my testimony, I think I omitted the fact that this is a small step in the right direction.
Thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So the fiscal note says that over the last 10 years, ACP revenue has varied between $2.5 and $7.3 million. So in terms of how that would affect an independent business, given its share of the rebate, what actual effect would that have on a typical independent business? Are we talking about the ability of the business to stay afloat or hire more people or just make more profit for the owners? What is the actual impact to a business?
For our members, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, and Representative Corman. For our members, I think any money that comes back to them through relief from the state, right, is money that they're most likely going to invest back in their business or into their employees. And so whether it's $100 or $200 or $500 or $1,000, that's probably where the savings is going. And when I think of small businesses, independent businesses that would benefit the most from this, I think of places like restaurants, small independent grocery stores, right, that have typically very high energy costs, or where energy is one of their largest expenses.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Can you please give me the percentage of your small business clients that have taken advantage of the New Hampshire Saves programs and its offerings?
Thank you for the question, Representative Thomas.
That doesn't really apply to this bill. You don't have to answer it if you don't want.
I don't have the percentage of that. And we haven't asked our members that question. So I don't have an answer to that question, Representative.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I was going to ask a similar question, but directly related to the bill, because do you know how many small businesses in New Hampshire have taken advantage of the Renewable Energy Fund to do projects? I mean, when I drive around the state, I see a lot of small roofs, installations where there's solar energy. So your members are participating. Do you have a sense of the numbers?
I don't have a sense, Mr. Chair, and Representative Reynolds. I don't have a sense of how many members participate in those programs. But again, I would refer back to our survey from earlier this month that said 87% believe that the top priority should be affordability and reliability.
Okay, we'd like to move on here because we have a lot of people we want to hear from. Up next, we'll hear from Mark Froling of Froling Energy. Good morning, Mr. Froling. Nice to see you again. I was just passing by one of your facilities in Keene yesterday.
Oh, okay. I was there yesterday, working on a Sunday. Thank you so much, Mr. Bose, Representative Bose. I run a small renewable energy company, and we install wood pellet boilers and wood chip boilers throughout several different states. And we are obviously, in all transparency, we're a big beneficiary of the fund, the Renewable Energy Fund, that gives out grants not to us necessarily, but to our clients. And so then we get work from that fund, and that has helped us grow to a 20-person company by now. And we also, because we have manufactured or started to manufacture a wood fuel over the years, we also sell the wood fuel throughout the states, and our biggest client is actually municipalities and counties and jails and hospitals and nursing homes and things like that, and they all benefit of this rec money that they receive. And we have we sell about, or we broker about 20% of the recs that are actually generated by this fund, a little bit under $500,000. And so that has helped all of our clients. And actually, our clients are the biggest beneficiaries of these things. And so looking at that, it doesn't seem very logical what this bill is doing, because you are giving the ratepayers the money, or you're intending to give the ratepayers the money back. But in fact, the people that are really benefiting is the state and the communities and the municipalities. And so in the future, when you take these funding opportunities away, they would cost more. And who is the state but ourselves? And so then we would have to pay more taxes into that. So you're sort of taking it out of one pocket and then putting it into another pocket. And that to me seems not the intent of this fund. This fund is really to reduce greenhouse gases, and that's what we're trying to do. And I strongly oppose this bill. But thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Froling? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hearkening back to the prior witnesses' mantra, that small businesses, everyone is seeking, affordable and reliable energy.
Yeah.
And recognizing that the grants from the Renewable Energy Fund provide, a fraction of the capital cost of the installation of your equipment. Are your clients installing wood pellet and wood chip boilers because they believe that having that equipment as their main source of heating for the next 30 years is going to give them affordable and reliable energy?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly who our customers are. So I will give you a really, really discrete example. Our local Cheshire County nursing home is a project where they were spending $300,000 a year on fuel oil in the past to heat their facilities. And then during a very large, major remodel of the entire nursing home, they reduced their annual heating bill down to $80,000. And this fund was I think it was $300,000 or maybe $325,000 grant money that was generated from this fund. And then additionally to that, they're also getting the recs. And because of that, the nursing home and the entire Cheshire County complexes are the beneficiaries of that. And that actually helps our community. So it's not just sort of, it's a great fund for us, for sure. And I am a beneficiary of that because that's how I make my living. But also the people in the state are the beneficiaries because they are getting the savings from the fuel that we're providing at half the cost of oil. So it's a much greater impact than the $2 you're getting back as a ratepayer.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Next, I'll call up Mr. Greg Moore from Americans for Prosperity. And you asked for 4 minutes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to give you just 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak here today. For the record, my name is Greg Moore. I am a regional director with Americans for Prosperity, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 224. First of all, let me address some of the technical components. I agree with the chairman. I think that a better solution to resolving this might just be to bring the ACP down to 0. That takes out the challenge of giving the PUC having to develop a mechanism in order to rebate this money back to the ratepayers. It seems like a simpler solution, which legislatively I always like simpler solutions. I'd also like to point out the fiscal note raised a good point about the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovation. Given the fact that the new administration signed an executive order basically putting an end to development of wind energy, this bill actually flagged for the committee something that another action you might want to take, considering that at least probably for the next 4 years, that's not going to be a real viable option, and we're spending at a cost of $125,000. While I agree with the prime sponsor, we come at this bill a little bit differently. Our focus is on overall state competitiveness. If you hear me speaking in front of legislative committees, you'll usually hear me talk about state competitiveness. And we want to do everything we can to make New Hampshire the obvious choice for people to come to, whether it's individuals, businesses, et cetera. So anything we can do to take small steps in that direction, we think is a good and viable one, and we encourage the committee to consider this legislation. And I'll be short. I'll give you 2 minutes. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We had someone who testified earlier state that a survey of the members of his organization, the Small Business, New Hampshire Independent Business Association, 87% of the members said that their top energy priority was affordability and reliability. Do you have any similar statistics for members of your organization?
We have not surveyed our members on this topic, so I can't say that I have anything concrete. I will tell you that I spend time talking to individuals as well as business owners every day, and energy is a huge, huge issue. Particularly, I was talking with somebody who has businesses in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine, and he talks about the fact that as they do what he calls a spreadsheet Olympics, which is laying out all the costs associated with each state to try to understand where he wants to sort of locate his business. He said that in his interpretation, New Hampshire is making the right decisions, and it seems like the gap is widening, and as he describes it, the spreadsheet Olympics, making New Hampshire more and more attractive every day.
Good, that's good feedback. Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Swanson has one.
Maybe I lost track of the thread there, but if New Hampshire's getting more attractive every day, how would this bill make it even more attractive when it seems like the consequences of investing in renewables is making New Hampshire more attractive?
Representative, I would point out that New England as a whole has some of the highest energy costs, electricity costs in the country. The U.S. Department of Energy, EIA, Energy Information Agency, typically puts New Hampshire between the 4th and 6th most expensive. And when you take out Alaska and Hawaii, who have their own unique electricity challenges, we typically fall between the 2nd and the 5th highest electricity costs at any given time. It's a huge problem. I look, for example, at Sig Sauer when they decided to make an ammunition plant. As you know, they manufacture a lot of firearms out in the seacoast, but when they were looking to do an ammunition plant, they cited the high cost of electricity. Now, they want to be here. They love New Hampshire. They want to be here, but they cited the high cost of electricity as the reason why they cited their ammunition plant in Arkansas.
Following question.
Follow up.
As a homeowner who's invested in my solar system, I have found that since moving back to New Hampshire in the first year and a half.
A question, please.
Okay. Well, I had power failures, but after I installed my own system, I no longer have power outage. I don't have those, I have reliability. I have availability.
Where's your question, please?
And my question is as follows. What is the statistic as far as what is the impact of the cost of the current program relative to driving up rates? Because that does seem like the assertion.
Well, according to the fiscal note, it says that in the last few years, that cost has been associated between $2.5 and $7.3 million that has been added on to ratepayers. I will say this, as someone who just recently replaced a gas furnace, by the way, always a good idea if you're going to replace a gas furnace, do it in the summertime, not in the winter. But I replaced it with an ultra high efficiency one, and I did it because it was going to save me money. I didn't need a government program to do that. I did it because it was going to save me money in the long run.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Mr. Moore. And based on your comment, just the latest comment about needing government help to take those kind of steps to save electricity or energy in your own home. As a member of a community whose high school took advantage of the wood pellet boiler program to lower its operating costs and therefore save the entire community on its property taxes, which is a huge issue for our state, would your membership acknowledge the value in terms of our competitiveness relative to other states of having viable communities and having an educated workforce?
I'm not sure I understand the through line, but I will say that if projects make sense, very frequently people will engage in those projects because they make financial sense. Our town of Bedford has bonded out several energy efficiency projects. I'm not aware of them getting funding from the state. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but we did it because it was going to save money for the town and the taxpayers.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned specifically the executive order on banning offshore wind in New Hampshire, and you said that there's not going to be anything for the next 4 years, so we shouldn't look at it. Are you aware of the many legal challenges that are currently being filed against that EO?
I am.
That question doesn't relate to the bill, so you don't have to answer that if you don't
Thank
want. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today. This bill will remove, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, will remove some of our fuel diversity from our mix. And I tend to see fuel diversity as a stabilization of our electric rates. Would you agree? Well, I don't want to make, pardon me. Could you see a situation where not having fuel diversity can make us less competitive among our neighbor states?
I think this committee has done great, move forward greatly in the notion of fuel diversity. I think the work that this committee has done in the area of nuclear has been exceptional and is frankly a leader, not just regionally but nationally. So I think that you guys are doing a great job in trying to find good fuel diversity.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank Mr. Moore for being here, and please, next call on Ms. Heidi Kroll, representing the Granite State Hydropower Association. And Ms. Kroll, I know you asked for 5 to 6 minutes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to 3 in the interest of time. But welcome, and it's nice to see you again.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I will try to be as brief as possible. My name is Heidi Kroll. I work at J. Grimbalist Strategic Solutions, and I'm here on today on behalf of the Granite State Hydropower Association. We are opposed to this bill, and from what I understand from the prime sponsor's description of her intent with it. The Renewable Energy Fund is a continually appropriated, dedicated, non-lapsing fund funded by alternative compliance payments. And as a general principle, dedicated funds should not be used for purposes for which they were not established or intended. When the legislature designed the RPS, the Renewable Energy Fund was seen as a critical feature, not only in helping to increase the supply of renewable energy in New Hampshire, but also in lowering the RPS compliance cost. The Renewable Energy Fund is intended to help support and promote all types of New Hampshire-based renewable energy projects in terms of size, renewable fuel, customer class, and this helps increase the supply of renewable energy certificates, thereby bringing the cost of RPS compliance down because load-serving entities don't have to pay the ACP, which is the ceiling price and which therefore is the highest price. DOE, as you heard from Mr. Elliott, uses the funds from the Renewable Energy Fund to administer several rebate programs, a low-income grant program, and a competitive grant program for non-residential renewable energy projects that are not eligible for any of the other programs. The Renewable Energy Fund leverages significant private investment in new and existing renewable energy resources. According to the DOE's November 2024 report, the programs funded by the Renewable Energy Fund since inception have leveraged private investment by a ratio of over 6 to 1, which means for every $1 of REF, they're getting $6 in private investment. A number of hydro facilities throughout New Hampshire have competed for and been awarded grants under the Commercial and Industrial Competitive Grant Program, which is again the only program that they are eligible for. And these grants have provided small but meaningful contribution to a variety of projects at existing hydro facilities that have helped improve efficiencies so that these plants are able to generate more power and more renewable energy certificates. These renewable energy certificates have generally been class 4, but in a few cases have been class 1 RECs because the facilities were either substantially overhauled or in one case was actually a new facility. I will say that we strongly agree with the conclusions in the DOE's November 2024 report that state in part, and I'm going to quote here, as this report illustrates, demand for rebates and grant awards continues to be strong. Rebate and grant funds have leveraged over $460 million in private investment, providing a boost to the state's economy and creating jobs for electricians, plumbers, and alternative energy businesses. In addition, there has been substantial growth in distributed energy generation renewable energy systems that serve to diversify our energy supply, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and increase our energy independence. So we hope that the renewable energy funds continue to be used for their intended purpose. And thank you for your time. I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to say 2 very quick things. One, my quick back of the envelope math is that if there are $5 million in renewable energy funds, that translates into $0.0004 per kWh or 0.04 cents per kWh on a rate of 17 cents, which I think is probably on the low side. That is a 0.2% reduction if you gave all of that money back. The other thing I wanted to say, there was a comment made earlier that just go with a $0 ACP. That will completely really wipe the RPS off the books because no load-serving entity is going to go out and buy a REC when they know they can just make a $0 ACP. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Ploget has one.
Thank you, Chair. This is to the chair. Could Ms. Crow supply electronic of her testimony to us?
I'm sure she would if we would like it, so
Yes.
consider yourself requested.
Sure.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So it seems like what you're saying is that your clients make more money so that someone who's, let's say, retired, lives in a small apartment on a fixed income, they're going to pay a higher electric rate so your clients can make more profits. That's your position?
No, my my position is that the Renewable Energy Fund is a continually appropriated, dedicated, non-lapsing fund that was created for a purpose. And we think the RPS does serve an important purpose. Hydros participate in the RPS program. You may not have been here the day that Madeline Minot and I presented, but New Hampshire Hydros also serve a lot of other important public safety and societal benefits. We maintain and operate many dams in New Hampshire with private dollars that are not, if those costs weren't being borne by the private sector, they would be borne by taxpayers. And we know that we have a substantial problem in New Hampshire with the state-owned dams and trying to figure out how to fund maintenance and operation of those. So,
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Ms. Kroll. You mentioned at the end of your comments that if the RPS was to fold up based on alternative compliance payments going down to zero, what effect would that have on your membership? And secondly, what effect would that have on the state's ability to meet its energy needs?
so as we presented, we came to your committee a couple weeks ago, and the Granite State Hydropower Association and I testified. The RPS revenue is an important revenue stream for the hydro facilities here in New Hampshire. Again, there are requirements in the RPS about those facilities, their size, their fish passage requirements, other criteria that need to be met. It's an important revenue stream given the expenses and the burdens, regulatory and otherwise, that hydro facilities face. And so, it would be, for some of the smaller ones, for sure, it could be a significant impact to lose that revenue. I'm sorry, I lost your second question.
Therefore, what impact would that have on our state's ability to meet its energy needs?
Well, I mean, I think the diversity for New Hampshire is important. It's very important. And in keeping prices low for consumers, and also, every little bit of supply helps. And in the case of hydro, pretty much run 24/7 as long as there's a run of river there. And for hydro facilities that have reservoirs, they're able to run 24/7 using that reservoir. So it serves as a baseload type supply, as well as peaking when they have the reservoir.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll. We appreciate your testimony. And next, I'll call on Charlie Niebling. Yes. Did you have a question? I did. Oh. Representative McGee has a question, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kroll. So what struck me about your testimony is that you mentioned the fact that the low income and competitive grant programs leverage private investment, right? So it's a force multiplier, for example. And then you mentioned that in the November 2024 REF report, where you concluded that, or it concluded that demand is strong, you said that $460 million in private investment had been used as a result of the fact that we have this REF program as a catalyst. So it sounds to me as though this is a program that is doing what New Hampshire has always tried to do well, which is cobble together programs that spend very little but give us a much bigger benefit. And so I wonder if you could say anything from your familiarity with the small hydros. You did mention briefly about some investments that they had made. But if you could just talk about the margins that these businesses have, because as you mentioned, they're providing us far more benefit by maintaining things that would have to be paid for another way, right? So it's a complex issue. It's not you'll get 4 cents back and so that's good, that's better. It's all these other things you're trying to quantify. So I would like to understand a little bit more about the amount of money that gets invested in the state of New Hampshire as a result of a program like this.
So yes, I was quoting, and this is in the conclusion section of the most recent report that DOE put out on the Renewable Energy Fund, and I think you heard that Mr. Elliott is going to be supplying that to the committee. So it's toward the end, and what it indicated that was that rebate and grant funds have leveraged over $460 million in private investment. So that number is coming from them. I could get you more details on the various facilities, hydro facilities that have so they compete. They submit an RFP or a proposal in response to the RFP that the Department of Energy puts out. Sometimes they're selected, sometimes they're not, but it's a competitive process. And then they get a small amount of money from the Renewable Energy Fund. It's typically been, in the range of about maybe $125,000 to $175,000, significantly leveraged with the hydro owners' own money to do these types of projects, which one of the key things for any of projects that participate in any of these programs is that the project has to result in additional renewable energy certificates. So the idea is that is intended to increase the supply of renewable energy certificates to help bring down the cost of compliance. So I hope that answers your question a little bit, and I can follow up with you later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we'll hear from Charlie Niebling of Boscawen. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back, Charlie.
My name is Charlie Niebling. I'm a semi-retired forester and renewable energy consultant. I was quite involved in the enactment of the RPS back in 2007, House Bill 873, and in particular in the specific policy directives around the adoption of a renewable energy fund to be capitalized by alternative compliance payments. So I have some history with the statute and its implementation in the 16 or 17 years now that it's been functional. I'm here opposed to the bill today. I profess to not fully understand the purpose of the bill, at least based on the prime sponsor's testimony and what the language of the bill says. They seem to be somewhat at odds. I think I just to Representative Harrington's question or comment earlier, and Heidi spoke to this, the purpose of the fund is to support renewable energy technologies that generate RECs, so that the compliance entities, the competitive suppliers and regulated utilities are able to secure sufficient RECs in the marketplace to meet their statutory obligation without having to make an alternative compliance payment. So every one of the programs that the Department of Energy and the PUC before them have implemented are intended to generate more RECs into the marketplace and help the RPS fulfill its purposes, its public policy purposes. I just want to emphasize that. And also, this fund and its source of funding is virtually the same in every state that has an RPS program. Something like 29 states have alternative compliance mechanisms and then use that money to help generate additional renewable energy. The last comment I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is to remind the committee that we are, I believe, the second most dependent state in the country in terms of the proportion of energy met by fossil fuels, second only to Hawaii. We export $3 to $4 billion a year for the energy that we import because we don't produce fossil fuels in our state. What we do produce is renewable energy, and every dollar that goes to support in-state renewable development is a dollar not being exported to some other state or some other country around the world, and that has a significant multiplier impact on our state economy. $3 to $4 billion a year is 1.5% to 2% of our gross state product, so it's not insignificant. I'm surprised that the representative of the Department of Energy did not, or that a question was not asked about the current fund balance in the Renewable Energy Fund. It's actually over $20 million, and I think a more appropriate line of inquiry for the committee to consider through this bill is, how was that fund allowed to accrue a $20 million balance? Why was it not fully deployed to its intended purposes? And what more can be done to make sure that it's expended cost effectively to meet the goals of the renewable portfolio standard? It seems to me that ultimately far greater benefit will be realized through that approach than through the approach proposed by the sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Niebling. And Mr. Elliott, if you could get us information about the current balance of the Renewable Energy Fund, we'd appreciate that. Okay. Questions for Mr. Niebling? Seeing none, we'll move along and get the perspective of Clean Energy New Hampshire by inviting Sam Evans-Brown to give us his take on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Sam Evans-Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. Many of the points that I would make have been made already, so I'll try to not repeat things that have been said. I will just note that according to the 5-year dedicated funds report that has been submitted from the department to the department, that has been submitted. Just leave it as unclear as to who submitted and where until I'm sure. Year-ending balance in 2022 was 9.6 million. It grew to 15.3 million in 2023, and in 2024 it had expanded to 20.9 million. We have been flagging this for members of the fiscal committee for a couple of years now, and the response that we've heard from the Department of Energy is that ACP revenue can be unpredictable, and so they didn't want to overcommit. I think it's pretty clear that they've corrected in the wrong direction and are not getting the money out the door quickly enough. I would humbly agree with Mr. Niebling that the appropriate response here is to ensure that the Department of Energy is budgeting the appropriate amount into the program as is intended and in fact mandated by the statute that governs the Renewable Energy Fund and the RPS. I will just say, the RPS is intended to be a self-balancing policy. So when there are not enough renewable energy credits, alternative compliance payments are paid, which then fund new projects that create more renewable energy credits, which then drives down the cost of compliance with the RPS. And if you take away one part of that mechanism, the policy is simply not going to work, and RPS compliance costs are simply going to rise, and new renewable energy generation is not going to be built. So the two really work hand in hand. I would also note I did my own back of the napkin math. My math show that for the average residential ratepayer in New Hampshire, the RPS compliance costs around $5 a year, which I don't think are the thing that's going to make people move to New Hampshire or not based on the energy costs. Certainly, New England does have very high electricity rates. I would argue that our sort of fundamental geography are what drive that. The lack of resources here for us to take advantage of, the lack of infrastructure to deliver that energy to New Hampshire. And so going after programs like this is not going to solve the problem. And the last thing I'd note is that while the costs of the RPS are very clearly enumerated, and are in fact laid out in many regulatory filings, the benefits are not enumerated anywhere. So we had a long bill hearing previously about the cost benefit tests of the New Hampshire SAVE program. The RPS doesn't have such a test. We simply have an accounting of the costs with no accounting of the benefits. And all of these renewable energy projects that get built have benefits to our electricity prices. They depress regional wholesale prices on the market. And if we were to eliminate these resources from our grid mix, electricity rates would likely rise by some indeterminate amount that we have never accounted for. So this is a very modest program. This is a very small amount of money. You're not going to make a huge difference in anyone's lives by rebating it back to them. You will have a devastating impact on many projects that are relying on these funds. And it's unclear why that's a good idea. I'll just note, New Hampshire, Clean Energy New Hampshire has our Energy Circuit Riders program, which are sort of pro bono technical assistants that work on behalf of municipalities to help them do energy projects that will save their taxpayers money. We are aware of over 100 municipal solar projects that are in the works right now, many of which have started to advance because they knew that funding was available through the Renewable Energy Fund. The Department of Energy has repeatedly signaled that they're going to be taking this money and creating a new competitive municipal solar grant program. And so those projects are advancing on the understanding that those funds are going to be available. And like I said, there's over 100 of them now that we're tracking. So with that, I think I will take any questions that the committee might have.
Okay, Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. By what basis did you use to come up with that $5 a year savings in terms of how many kilowatt hours per month did you use?
Right.
And
So
what was the rate savings?
So the average New Hampshire residential ratepayer uses 660 kilowatt hours a month. And so when you take the numbers that Heidi Kroll brought up earlier, which are from the filings that the utilities make regarding the cost of RPS compliance, it's around 0.03 cents per kilowatt hour times 660. I think is the that may be off a tiny bit. Like I said, back of the napkin.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for being here. And next we'll call on Jason Stock of the Timberland Owners Association to give us his perspective on this. Good morning and welcome back to ST&E. Haven't seen you in a while.
It's been a while. Well, good morning. Some new faces. I'll be really brief because I know you're crunched for time, but for the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. We represent the forest products industry, timberland owners, and I've come today to speak in opposition to this bill. We actually have members small business members that actually participate in these programs. I can name 3 off the top of my head. Britain Lumber in Bath, they put in a biomass boiler to generate heat for their dry kiln operation. For them, it's a great fit because it utilizes a sawmill waste product. They make the logs into lumber, they chip the slabs. They are participating in it. DCI, a furniture manufacturer up in the Littleton area. And then the third is Middleton building supplier DePrizio Pine Sales over in Middleton, which is out near Alton. They have a biomass boiler. I think they also put in some solar as well to kind of augment their power supply. And so to that end, I'm not going to repeat what you've heard. The last 3 speakers did an awesome job at kind of encapsulating the whole point of this, the Self-Balancing Act. I was there participating in when the RPS was developed, and Mr. Evans Brown did a great job at articulating it. But affordability and reliability, we are not immune, or we are not ignorant of that, or not looking at that as small businesses. But when we look at reliability, we also look at the need for energy diversity. To put all our eggs in a particular basket, whether it's natural gas, wind, whatever, you're not going to have the reliability. And that's where we get the crazy energy swings that we've seen over the last couple years when there are shortages of one supply or the other. One of the key points of the RPS and the whole mechanism behind it was to promote energy diversity in the state and local homegrown power. And so with that, I'll just say when you look at affordability and reliability, there is an intersection there. But with reliability, one of the key elements of that is having fuel diversity. With that, I'll conclude my testimony, and I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
I know you've been around this business a long time, watching people burn wood to generate heat. Can you give us some kind of an idea of why we need an incentive to get people to use wood boilers in their businesses and their large institutional buildings? If it's a good energy source and it's a good renewable energy source, why do we need to provide incentives to people to adopt it?
Well, and as you heard in some of the other examples given before, particularly on the community side, you know, these programs help bring that capital cost down. They help bring that initial capital cost down so that it's more competitive and on a more level playing field with some of the other energy sources. So we see these programs as kind of taking that initial sting, particularly out of that initial capital cost. We look at projects like the Rockingham County Nursing Home that has a biomass boiler, and how those programs, you know, for the citizens of Rockingham County or a school to float a bond, it's a pretty, and I've been on a school board and suffered through those meetings when you're asking for a bond for whatever. To have something like this, that can tip the scale and really help push a project, move a project forward, particularly if you're changing a fuel source. If you'd always been burning oil or natural gas, this is kind of a new thing for some folks, although I will admit burning wood's been around as long as there's been people, but it is a new thing. And so this helps kind of tip that scale. And so to answer your question, I think it's a competitive thing, but I think it's also, it helps with the financing, particularly with that capital cost right up front.
So my follow-up would be, are you saying that the capital cost for wood boilers is higher than the capital cost for like an oil or a gas-fired furnace?
Oh boy, you're testing my knowledge. I'd have to take a look at that. I know the infrastructure. I'd have to dive into and I'd defer to Mr. Niebling, who's a wood boiler, I'll call him guru. I'll defer to him in terms of comparing capital cost for wood versus other sources of energy.
Okay, I'll talk to Mr. Froling and Mr.
Yes,
Niebling
Mr. Froling
offline
too,
about
of course.
that. Other questions for Mr. Stock? Seeing none, I'll thank you, Jason,
Thank
for
you.
being here. And call next on Jared Molnar. I believe I pronounced that correctly. He's either representing himself or representing something called MESYS. Maine Sys. He is from Auburn, Maine.
Mises, yes, thank you, Chairman and the committee. I wanted to talk a little bit about America's first heating fuel, wood, and how it has changed. We have been heating with wood forever. And it has changed its shape and size a little bit as it's been refined throughout the last 100 years, a few hundred years that we've been using it, and into the forms of chips and pellets. And when you do refine that to utilize it for heating, the equipment costs that are going to burn that does have a higher capital outlay than a traditional fuel. The company that I work for, there represents thousands of people in New Hampshire that have trucks driving to their homes, just like oil trucks, but happen to contain wood pellets. They have hoses that latches on the outside of your house and will blow pellets into these pellet storage bins or your new oil tank, and then convey the pellets to a heating system to heat your entire home with wood pellet fuel or wood chip fuel. So the refinement of America's first fuel of wood has happened and is here, and these rebates help offset the capital costs so that there are lots of people in New Hampshire that have taken advantage of that and would like to. And it's sort of that seesaw instability of the funding of if it's there that, has prevented and been a problem for people to make the switch. And I would just like to make sure that there is stability so that they're known that there is money available and there's not any stoppages of the program in the future for all these customers that would like to burn America's first heating fuel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Representative Partial has one.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today. You mentioned that our new technology has higher capital costs. Could you also maybe address, I don't know if this is true or not, they have, over the period of time, they have higher recovery cost on what they're...
Yeah, that is the reason why you're having people that want to do the fuel switching, higher capital outlay for a more stable, lower cost fuel in the long run. So I would argue the person who talked about his high efficiency gas boiler earlier that testified, in the long run, he'll probably pay significant more with the fuel that he's chosen to replace and use in his home.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us today. So if this bill passed and the Renewable Energy Fund ceased to exist, how would that impact businesses like yours that are looking to assist people with this transition, those that want to participate in it?
Quite a bit. They're still outlaying quite a bit of cash and deeming it worthy to do so because the rebates are probably only about a third, but it would drastically reduce the people that would want to do it.
Follow up.
And you also mentioned a prior testimony talking about a high efficiency burner that was on a fossil fuel, and you said he's probably going to end up paying more in the long run. Could you say a little bit about the the economics of people that we're trying to help with public-private investments here in terms of the long run?
Yeah, of course. Well, that's why you've seen places like the Dublin School, White Mountain School. You've seen these municipalities switch because it is a low-cost, stable fuel that they can kind of pencil in what it's going to cost for a while there without the drastic fluctuations that there would be in fossil fuels. I think speaks to the locality of it. I mean, we're not in Texas. We don't have oil indigenous to New Hampshire, but we do have trees that are here and that should be and could be utilized more than they already are in order to help heat the homes and keep the costs down and keep the local money here in the economy as what would happen if we used what we have here for resources in New Hampshire to heat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mulliner. I'm going to call on, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call on Meredith Hatfield from the Nature Conservatory. Long morning. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you. Good morning.
And I would remind you, you have the same time limit as everyone else.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. We also oppose this bill, and we agree with many of the points that have already been made, so I will try not to be repetitive. You've heard about the types of technologies, the types of projects that the fund has supported. These projects aren't just good for the owners and the residents of the host municipalities, but they can also help to reduce our need for energy from the regional electric grid, which is particularly helpful in times like this when costs are so high and so volatile. And that helps make us less dependent on other energy sources from around the region. I wanted to call two things to your attention that have been referenced. The annual report from November 1st of last year from the Department of Energy, I believe was submitted to the committee, but it's also available on the DOE website. I provide the link to that in our letter. And also, Mr. Evans Brown referred to the Renewable Energy Fund Dedicated Funds Report. These are provided from agencies to the Department of Administrative Services. They're also available online. And what I'll do is I'll include that with my testimony when I upload it later today. And we agree with Mr. Niebling that a question that you really should be considering is why the fund had a balance of over $20 million last June 30th, especially when in its report, the DOE talks about all the successes and says demand for rebates and grant awards continues to be strong. So we think it would be more appropriate to spend the funds for their intended purpose. As Ms. Kroll said, it is a dedicated fund of ratepayer money that should be used for its intended purpose. The other point is that rather than undermining the RPS and the purposes of the Renewable Energy Fund and failing to invest in innovation and energy independence, it actually would be more consistent with some of the other policy bills that you're considering this year, looking at how to ensure that New Hampshire is innovative. It would actually be more consistent to maintain this funding and continue to make it available to New Hampshire customers, including businesses, residents, institutions, and towns. We would request that you either find this bill inexpedient to legislate, or if you would like to explore these issues, to amend the bill to become a study committee to consider them further. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hatfield? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hatfield, for coming in. One of the initiatives that would be struck down by this bill would be the Office of Offshore Wind Initiatives, or I'm not sure if that's the exact right title, but can you comment on what that would do to our energy diversity and our, overall meeting our overall energy needs in coming decades if that office wasn't there?
That's off topic of the
Isn't that in the bill?
subject of the bill.
It's in the bill. It's the lines that are struck from the bill include the Office of Offshore Wind. Somebody else mentioned it.
Okay, my mistake. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Representative Kaplan. Fuel diversity is an important aspect of both the RPS and the REF. Prior speakers did refer to the recent executive order at the federal level pausing offshore wind. So we may not see much investment in that area, but continuing to have an Office of Innovation at DOE, I think really makes sense, and it could support the committee's continued investigation into modular nuclear and other technologies as they become available.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. And final word goes to Mr. Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation.
Hello, good morning again. Thanks for having me up here a second time. My name is Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. I'm a senior attorney there. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 224. This bill would essentially eliminate the Renewable Energy Fund, but rebating these funds to ratepayers would only result in trivial benefits to them. As has been mentioned, each year the Department of Energy comes out with a Renewable Energy Fund annual report. Great read. Recommend anybody reading it that hasn't already. But the report provides some information on the total costs of alternative compliance payments, which we've heard fund the fund. Now, based on the information in the report, if the entire Renewable Energy Fund had been rebated to electric ratepayers in 2023, the average residential customer would have received a rebate of only 34 cents per month in 2023. So the calculations are explained in my written testimony, which has been handed around, but it's based on Table 4 in the report. So 34 cents, that's what we're talking about here really, per month. So in other words, rebating the Renewable Energy Fund is going to result in negligible benefits for ratepayers. But now I want to shift my attention a little bit to the benefits of the fund. As it's already mentioned, the report says that the fund boosts the state economy, creates jobs for electricians, plumbers, energy businesses. But it's also benefited schools and towns, providing them rebates and grants. In 2024, a grant was awarded to Raymond High School to fund a biomass heating system. And so if we eliminate the fund, towns and schools and the people in those towns, the kids that go to those schools, they're going to be hurt because they're not going to have this money available to fund these much needed energy systems. As also is detailed in the report, the fund funds low income projects for low income customers. So customers that live in manufactured housing or that live in multifamily rental housing. For an example, in 2024, the fund helped finance a project undertaken by New Hampshire Catholic Charities that will benefit 59 households and result in each household receiving $300 a year in benefits. So in conclusion, getting rid of the fund is going to result in close to nothing in benefits for the average residential ratepayer or any ratepayers for that matter, but it will harm those towns and schools that rely on it to help fund the energy systems they need to do, as well as the contractors and businesses that do that work, and the low-income folks too that benefit from those programs. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any of your questions.
Questions? Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Krakoff, for being here. What struck me as you were speaking is that one of the things we're not really discussing is rebating the money that's in the program and basically extinguishing the program rather than keeping it in its intended state is a one-time thing, right? It's a one-time, very small, negligible amount of money to people. Whereas the investments continue beyond just getting people over the hump of being able to put those in, right? The investments end up lowering costs for towns and facilities that are making these investments into the future, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean,
so there's so money-wise, there's if you're looking at cost benefit, I guess that's the question is that these investments are not just, this money is not just giving us the ability to get over the hump of making the initial investment. It is also allowing people to lower their costs into the future.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the Raymond High School example, that boiler system that they've installed or are installing, that's going to benefit them for decades and decades, and going to be a lot of benefits for that school district.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 224FN, and I'm going to ask everyone to exit the room as quickly as possible. We have a Republican caucus immediately following the recess of our committee for lunch. So everybody please exit the room, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock or possibly a little later. Seats, we're going to begin shortly. Okay, welcome back to Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, December the 27th, or January the 27th of 2025. Forgot my month. So we are scheduled for 3 public hearings this afternoon. At 1 o'clock, I scheduled HB 436, establishing a commission to solicit reports and testimony regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena in the state. And then at 2 o'clock, I've scheduled HB 627, relative to permitting the Public Utilities Commission to approve providers for the Lifeline program. And then at 2:30, I scheduled HB 460-FN, relative to utility investments in distributed energy resources. And so since our first public hearing is at 1 o'clock, for HB 436, I'd like to get a sense from the committee about how we should proceed, because there is no one here to introduce this legislation. So what are our options? Well, the first option is we could open the public hearing and then close the public hearing.
Here, here.
Another option would be to take a 1-hour recess and come back at 2 o'clock. I could open the public hearing and recess it until a later time. Anybody have any ideas? Vice Chair Thomas.
Mr. Chairman, it's obviously that this bill was scheduled properly and it is in the calendar for a 1 o'clock start. And President says that we can appoint, there being no prime sponsor or co-sponsor here present, we can appoint a member from the committee to introduce the bill and then see if there are any pink sheets. If there are none, my recommendation will be public hearing should be closed.
Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the Vice Chairman. Also, this came up in another committee. I believe it was Criminal Justice. There was a bill that the prime sponsor didn't show up and he had no co-sponsors. I don't know what they did, though, with that hearing.
How many people would actually like to discuss the substance of the bill? I'm sure everybody's read it. Does anybody feel compelled to discuss it? Looks like we have one person who would be willing to discuss it. I don't know if you can have a discussion with more than one person. Did you intend, sir, to submit a pink card to testify on this bill?
There's no one here.
Unfortunately, we have no one here who knows anything about it, so. We do, and part of the reason I'm wrestling with this is because we have a rule in the House that says every bill must have a public hearing. So I would like to have a public hearing, but if there's nobody here to talk about the bill, how can you have a public hearing? Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. It has been mentioned that one option was one of us could introduce the bill. And if we have someone here who wants to hear or speak on it, and then from there on, we can treat it as a regular bill. And I'm willing to introduce the bill. Let me read it over again.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. If you are brave enough to introduce this bill, are you also brave enough to take questions on it?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I have had input on this from last session, if you can remember, of contrails, I pronounced that right, and things like that. And people had brought things to my attention, which I will bring forth.
All right, I guess we have something with which we can go forward. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing then on House Bill 436, establishing a commission to solicit reports and testimony regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena in the state. And I'll call on Representative Ploget to introduce the bill. And if anybody would like to speak on the bill, please fill out and submit a pink card on the bill. So Representative Ploget, do your best.
Thank you. Question to the chair before I start.
Yes.
So when I do this, I won't be asking or interacting with anyone once I go back for questions.
No, because you're not the prime sponsor. I think that I'll waive that rule for you for this hearing if anybody shows up.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Thank you. I'm introducing House Bill 436. Since there's no sponsors available, I'm just going to skip over. I'm assuming we all has read this to the duties. And this is why I'm up here speaking right now. To the duties of the bill is to seek out people who witnessed phenomena that they can't explain, aerial phenomena. I had interactions with people who claim. I had shared where long ago I have a questionable sighting that with physics I cannot explain. That was in the 1970s. I don't have the details anymore other than I have witnessed something. Now we have citizens, be it 1 or 1,000, who have come before us with things in the sky. We had New Jersey of late of mystery drones flying around. And there's no one right now who can take testimony or evidence, whatever it may be. So this seems to set up a 3-member commission that will meet, I believe, what is it, 4 times a year? I think 4 or 3 times a year to take information and discuss what they received. I'm going forward with introducing this because I do have interactions of mostly the contrails and other phenomena like that, which when it was brought to my attention to go online where they have flight trackers, and there are planes flying over New Hampshire that are not showing up on flight trackers for whatever reason. And at the same time, reporting of condensation trails. So what are they? We don't know because there's no committee at this point to look at it. I think that's my whole understanding. I have not spoken with any of the sponsors. So with that, I'll try to take questions.
Good luck with that. So the first question I would have is Chapter 12-Q a new chapter? Because I'm looking at on the state. Well, I did a Google search on New Hampshire RSA Chapter 12, and I don't see a Chapter Q. I see Chapter P, and I see a Chapter 12O.
The new chapter.
So this is a new chapter. Well, wouldn't a new chapter need to define what anomalous phenomena are? And this bill doesn't do that. This is not really a question. I'm just thinking out loud. And at this point, I don't see any point in us asking questions since we don't have anyone really who can answer them. So let's just have a quick discussion. I mean, if we recess this public hearing, we're just going to sit around and twiddle our thumbs till 2 o'clock anyway. So I haven't received a pink card, so I have nobody else who wants to speak on this bill at this point. So let's just have a discussion, Vice Chair Thomas.
Well, I was going to comment, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to comment on your last comment that we would just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. I was going to make a recommendation that if we have some spare time, we could use that time to discuss a potential list of field trips that we could be planning for in the spring, so that we could at least get working on getting with the lobbyists and getting things organized to start on that. So if we do have the time, we could employ our time in that manner, would be my suggestion.
Point of order.
Who has a point of order?
I do. The
Yes, go
introduction. That does not concern this bill. So if I'm done testifying, oops.
Yes, you can go back to your seat. Oh, Representative Notter has a question.
What happened to the term UFO, unidentified flying object? Why did they change it to unidentified anomalous phenomena?
That has been changed, I believe, with the military so they could report it in their vernacular. That, if I'm correct, they're the ones who actually changed that. And now it's become.
Follow up?
There's no emoji for a UAP. There's only an emoji for a UFO. It's not a question.
They must be behind times.
Representative Bernardi.
I believe the predominant reason for going with anomalous phenomenon rather than unidentified flying objects is some of these quote unquote sightings are entities that go both in the water and in the air.
Representative Swanson.
Excuse me, a while back, the Air Force had a UFO hotline. It was changed recently to unidentified anomalous object, and it would seem like something like this would be redundant to that, at least as far as in the air.
Okay, who's next? Representative Harrington.
I just because someone comes up with an idea doesn't mean we should even be considering it as a bill. I mean, what has this got to do with the function of the state of New Hampshire and our authority to go after UFOs? I mean, I just think this is a total waste of time and effort.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. And I think this question was answered by a previous representative comment, but when you introduced the bill, you were talking about aerial phenomena. And yet in line 7, it talks about the skies and territories. And I think I just heard that this also includes water. And so it's very broad in its application. Is that correct?
I would define your question as being correct. Not writing this bill, I also have questions. I am introducing it because citizens have asked these questions in front of us before, and I think it should have been brought up, and that's why I'm bringing up that there are constituents out there, for whatever they do have concerns.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the chairman. Because of a previous comment, are we in a question mode to the introductory person, or are we in a discussion mode where we can bring up general discussions? And should we release the kind representative to go back to his seat?
I did try to release him a little while ago, but so you are released.
Thank you, Chair.
But let's continue our discussion. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I want somebody on the record. I'm the first person to agree from our side with Representative Harrington this year. But I do want to ask, I'm not, this is more of a question for the entire committee. I've never seen a bill that has 3 members of the House and no members of the Senate. Yeah, and a commission doesn't list any other members. This is unusual for me.
It is very unusual.
And also, it's a commission rather than a study committee. Commissions usually have outside members.
Yeah, commissions are permanent unless they have an explicit end date, which this one does not.
And can have members outside the house.
Right. Commissions can also have members from outside the House. Representative Corman?
So given that we have no more witnesses, are we still in a public hearing, or should it be closed?
That's a good question. Maybe I'll call the clerk and ask him if we can have a discussion about a bill if there's nobody to testify.
Actually, I have a follow-up question.
And the follow-up would be?
I know in the last session, if the chair and ranking member agreed to exec a bill at any time, then the bill could be exec. And I'm wondering, is that still the rule? And would the chair and ranking member be interested in execing this bill now?
I can ask the clerk about that. That is the rule. However, you have to put in the calendar when you have a public hearing, the disclaimer that a public hearing may happen at any time. And we didn't do that. Executive session, rather. Yeah. And we didn't do that. So I'm not sure we could do that today, but I'll ask the clerk. And so let's just hang on for a minute while I contact the clerk.
Who's gonna know that this is even going? That it's ridiculous. That's why it's not going anywhere. Yeah, some of these. Like Navy pilots. Yeah, people understand that it's happening. They were talking about it. Service schools that are flying so fast that they can't hardly track them. Because they're in the air and then they'll dive into the ocean. And then they'll pop up.
Yeah. I mean,
That's why they got rid of flying and they went to. Yes. That's some of the things that again, that's what people they're getting a ride with the alien.
I've sent a text to the House clerk and I'm waiting for a response. Okay, I just got a response from the clerk. He says someone should introduce the bill formally. Well, we've done that. If you want to discuss it, you should go into exec. All right, so now let me say this. We did not notice.
That it's an anomalous phenomenon?
Or we can listen to
I'm trying to come up with a list of spooky things here. I'll explain UFO, Bigfoot, Loch Ness. You know how hard it is?
any stirring.
That's Bigfoot.
The abominable snowman.
Oh, yes, the abominable snowman.
Or Yetis as they are.
Yeah, Yeti, I could spell that. They have one on the Matterhorn right at Disneyland.
So Representative Corman, the answer to your question is no. That part of the rule was repealed, according to the clerk. So we can't just do it unless we notice it ahead of time. So I will try to include that notice in all future public hearing notices of the committee so that we can do that if this happens again. So he did not answer my question about whether, oh, yes, he did. If we want to discuss it,
We have to go.
we have to go into an exec, but we can't go into exec. So I guess we're done. This public hearing is closed. We will now be on recess until 2 o'clock.
I'm open to suggestions if people want to start talking about where we might want to go come the springtime. I nominate Representative Matson to take notes on where we might want to go, since I believe she will be heading it.
Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have not been to Army, ARMI. That would be really cool. And also Segway, the Segway factory. Oh,
Okay. Those are good suggestions. Army is the Advanced Regenerative Medicine Institute. Representative Partial. Okay. Other suggestions for field trips? Rita,
I would love to go to ISO New England.
ISO New England. Always a popular trip. Lengthy, but popular. Seabrook.
and don't wear an underwire brassiere. Oh, my gosh. About that.
Granite.
You can count on it.
No discussion of brassieres, please. Take that offline. So another possibility is Granite State Hydropower Association has invited us to visit a hydropower facility. Representative Partial.
Sorry, I should have, thank you for your indulgence. I would suggest maybe a specific one. It's in Marlboro. It's rather impressive. It's a short walk, and it's pretty amazing what they're doing there. And at the same time, they have Pac Monadnock not far away that's been recommended by one of the people that testified here as a communication tower.
And the weather instrumentation wasn't particularly robust.
Yes, that was ISO New England, I believe.
And there was one other place that I would suggest in that area, which I find very fascinating personally, is Froling Energy in Keene.
Froling Energy is another one. Froling.
Frol.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So Pac Monadnock is where New Hampshire DES has a monitoring station?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Representative Thomas, Doug
Yes,
Thomas.
It's been a while, but we could also do a trip to the natural gas power plant in Londonderry, formerly run by Calpine. I believe they're recently being sold. And while we're there, we could take a very short side trip to another weather indicator station that's also located in Londonderry as well. So we could kill two birds.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative McGee.
Several of us, as part of Clean Energy Week, went over to the facility. Oh, not, my mind is going blank, but Granite Shore Power has a facility over on the seacoast where they're putting in batteries as well as doing the same in Schilling. Yeah, Schiller, couldn't think of it. So I would like to see if we could get a tour of Schiller Station, because they had some really interesting things going on there, and they had some really qualified people to answer questions. For those of you that were there, you probably remember about what they're trying to do. So I would put that one on the list. Granite Shore Power.
Granite Shore Power. Representative Corman.
Yeah, so this would not be something for the whole committee, but actually something that I'm going to be doing during the break that we have at the end of February, is that Representative Manos and I are going to Weirton, West Virginia,
to the Form Energy battery factory. That's the company that makes the iron air batteries that are going to be the basis of the 8.5 gigawatt hour facility in Maine. And I'd asked Sarah Jackson when we saw her a few months ago if I could get a tour, and we're going to go get a tour. I'd
Excellent.
be pleased to report back.
Please take lots of pictures so we can.
I asked about that, and they said they might be able to provide me some photos, but they might not be keen on me taking photos.
Proprietary information, after all. Another possibility is the Eversource control room. It's an impressive facility, not quite on the order of ISO New England, but nevertheless impressive, and it's very local. It's in Manchester, so it's not a long trip, and it controls the sector that we care most about, which is the state of New Hampshire, right? So
You'll get a chance to talk to engineers and get much more personal. You'll get more personal attention there than you will at ISO New England in terms of being in the pit and talking to people that actually operate as well. So it's very beneficial.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I have had the great opportunity to go to Mount Washington twice now. And they've put up at least, I think it was 7 to 9 new weather stations on the east side of the mountain. And they're doing a great job monitoring weather and predicting, and that could be a good one. It's fascinating.
Okay. Other suggestions? I think that's a pretty substantial list that you have there, so we should be free to start doing some trips maybe in April, certainly by May. And we wouldn't do anything after June 30th because no, you get no mileage after June 30th. So. All right, is there anything else the committee would like to discuss between now and 2 o'clock? Okay, you're free to go. Just be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Notice we will start in 1 minute. Okay, we'll get started. Welcome members to Science, Technology, and Energy. Today we are going to be discussing HB 460-FN relative to utility investments in distributed energy resources. With that, I declare the public hearing open and invite Representative Vose to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. One quick correction. The bill we're hearing is House Bill 627, relative to permitting the Public Utilities Commission to approve new providers for the Lifeline program.
My it got switched.
Okay. So for the record, I'm Representative Michael Vose, and I represent Rockingham District 5, and it's my pleasure to introduce House Bill 627. It's a fairly simple bill. It expands the providers of a federal government program that's been around since the late 1980s called Lifeline Services. Lifeline Services has a variety of advantages, mostly for low-income people. It's an affordable and better way to contact a healthcare provider, for example. It would support telemedicine, which will help people stay out of emergency rooms when they need primary care. It provides better access to remote learning opportunities through the internet hotspots, etc. It provides better access to emergency first responders, 911 services. And it also provides affordable access to broadband and wireless communications that can help people find a job, keep a job, deal with what's increasingly a complex economy. So this is a bill that expands opportunity for lower income New Hampshire citizens. And it doesn't cost us anything. No state money is required to support this bill. This bill, the Lifeline services and the other services that are provided by this bill are actually funded by Federal Universal Service Fund fees, USF fees, which if you look closely is on your monthly cell phone bill. So we all fund this program through our cell phone bills. No additional monies will be necessary. And having more Lifeline providers in New Hampshire will enable more New Hampshire citizens to have affordable access to a variety of services. The bill itself is based on legislation that was recently passed in the state of Maine. It uses essentially the same language, just modified for New Hampshire. And it allows the Public Service Utility Commission, to designate commercial mobile service providers or telecommunications companies to be a carrier for the purposes of receiving universal service support. So it's a fairly simple bill, and passage of this legislation will reclaim New Hampshire's authority from the federal government to allow the feds to keep sole control to designate which Lifeline telecommunications. I'm sorry, I misread that. So Passage of this legislation reclaims New Hampshire's authority from the federal government to keep sole control over designating which lifeline telecommunications companies operate in our state. By passing this bill, New Hampshire's POC can for the first time make this decision, and the lower income citizens in our state, many who are seniors and veterans, will benefit because they will have affordable and better access to wireless and broadband services. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
I didn't mean to, but.
Oh, okay. Actually, the ranking member had a question before me. Should she go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw one hand, that's why I was.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your testimony. So I have a question. It sounds like we're, the bill's maybe primary purpose is to shift authority so that we're able to determine who would be eligible to be, yeah, it says in here, eligible, that they would become an eligible telecommunications carrier. So do we have any idea who would be affected? Because it seems like maybe the major service carriers that we have in the state are already in that category and already have this program. So who is it for, basically? Who does it help?
It doesn't help, to use your terminology, any telecommunications vendor. It just gives the state the authority that the federal government now has to determine who those carriers might be. So right now, New Hampshire is one of only 5 states in the entire country that do not have this authority. And in the last 2 years, 4 other states, Maine, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, and Alabama, unanimously passed similar bills to change their laws to reclaim this authority from the FCC. So basically what we're doing here is reclaiming from the FCC the authority over these lifeline service providers.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for introducing this bill and for taking my question. On line 3, it says that the commission may designate any commercial mobile service provider or telecommunications company. And then in line 7, it says designated as an eligible telecommunications carrier. My question is, with that word, any commercial mobile service provider. So there are no qualifications or standardizations for these providers? There's no criteria to be one?
Not sure I understand that question. I think what this language basically means is that on lines 3 and 4, it's up to the commission to decide who to designate. And in lines 6 and 7, there may be already some who have been designated by the federal government. So this extends that designation ability to the commission.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So does the PUC, who you say designates these carriers, do they have a list of criteria that these carriers must meet in order to be designated? I think that's my question.
Oh, now I understand the question. I don't believe so, because the criteria, I think, are designated under the U.S. statutory codes that are listed on line 8 in the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Corman, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Where did the idea for this come from? I know you said other states are doing this, but how did it get into your head?
So last summer, I was attending a conference of legislators from all across the country, and Senator Judson Hill from the state of Georgia approached me and suggested to me that because New Hampshire is one of only 5 states that do not have this authority, that we consider adopting this authority or reclaiming this authority. Senator Hill, has sort of made it a life project of his to help get Lifeline services to the entire, all the citizens of the United States. He was behind the move to adopt this program in the state of Maine. He even went to the state of Maine and testified before their legislature. He volunteered to come here and testify before our legislature, but I suggested that that probably wouldn't be necessary because there's nothing but upside to this bill. There's no downside to this bill.
Okay, Representative Winnie Thomas.
Thank you. Just point of clarification. What was that gentleman's name? Judd Hill?
Judson Hill,
Judson Hill.
Senator Judson Hill from Georgia.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you, Representative Vos. Oh, wait,
Yeah, I was good. Yes, I did.
Representative Bernardi, please ask your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So it's my understanding that the little fee line on our bill that pays for this will now just be transferring money that was collected and went to the feds now comes to us. So there's no net change in any costs.
No.
No.
This fee is collected from the entire country.
Yeah.
So you're paying it already, but the monies to fund the Lifeline program come from this fee. It covers other things as well.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So in a nutshell, what they're doing here is we have an existing program that works for landline phones and has for a number of years, and we're saying now, well, some people don't have a landline phone anymore, so they're only using a cell phone, and cell phones aren't eligible unless we pass this legislation. So it's basically expanding the existing landline service to encompass cell phones as well.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And some of those same people who don't have a landline phone also don't have a computer and internet access. So all they have is a cell phone. So that's their single point of contact with what we all know to be a fairly complex economy.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. Sounds like a splendid idea. I'm curious, though, will this affect the carrier of last resort in any way? It sounds like it may make the carrier of last resort a more affordable option through a cell phone, but I'm not sure of that.
That's a separate designation from being designated a Lifeline support carrier, so I wouldn't expect that it would have any effect on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, being no other questions, thank you, Representative Vos. I'll call on Ms. Megan Stone from Department of Energy as our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy. It's great to see you all again this afternoon. So the department is neutral on House Bill 627. But I would like to just point out a couple things. There's a long-standing practice for the state to defer to the FCC to designate telecommunications providers as eligible telecommunications carriers. Through that, they're able to receive universal service support, including the federally funded Lifeline program, which provides a discount on the bill. There are currently no hurdles or obstacles for providers to be approved as eligible telecommunications carriers by the FCC. Should this duty change to the PUC, the department does not believe it will guarantee more carriers will offer a Lifeline discount to customers. And as New Hampshire does not have a state universal service program, the FCC may be better suited to making this decision. And the current practice the department feels has been efficient. That's all I have for you today. If there's any questions, happy to take those.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Stone? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been some discussion about how this would not affect us financially because we're just essentially transferring money from the feds to New Hampshire. Is there any other application that is covered under that money that might be lost if we do this transfer specifically for this program?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I'm straight on this. So right now, there are no cell phone companies in New Hampshire that can provide this Lifeline service?
That I am not entirely sure if there are no cell phone companies that can provide it. If they can apply through the FCC to be designated as a carrier, the state is just not doing that.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up.
Well, so I guess what I'm hearing then is that this simply says now the state will have the authority to do with what the FCC already has.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to wonder why is that advantageous?
Like I said, we're neutral on this, but we do believe the current practice has been efficient.
Other questions? Representative McGee.
Yep. So I heard what you said. I heard your testimony, and it sounds like what you're saying is it's not broken in any way. So the department's position is that the process, if anybody wants to participate in the Lifeline program, they can apply through the process that currently exists, and they would become members of the Lifeline program. So there's not anything inhibiting people doing it today that would warrant us having to take it over in order to improve it. Is that an accurate?
Correct, yes. We have heard of no obstacles for any providers
Okay,
being designated.
thanks.
Representative Bernardi.
So would this transfer result in an expansion of the program in New Hampshire?
We don't currently, we just don't believe it guarantees that more providers will come online for this. So I can't say if it would be expanded or not.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to your statement that there are no obstacles for companies to apply now, can you give us some perspective as to perhaps why 45 other states felt a need to enact legislation in order to allow their states to get this done at the state level?
I can't speak to why other states made the decision, no. But I can look into some answers for you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again. I don't know if you have the answer to this question, but I'm looking at it from the other point of view, which is how many New Hampshire citizens are currently covered by a program such as the Lifeline program under the existing carriers? And do we have any estimation of the need for this kind of program in terms of people who are lacking access to broadband, et cetera?
I don't have the answer to that currently, but I can look into that for you.
Any more questions? Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take this as my follow-on question. Just out of curiosity, is there a cost for carriers now to apply to the FCC to get their capability? And if so, would that cost be more expensive than having the state handle it?
That I'm not entirely sure, but I'll find an answer for you today.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'll
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Stone, for being here. And I don't see any more pink cards, so apparently we're done. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on House Bill 627? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 627. And in 9 minutes, we will we will open a public hearing on House Bill 460. Till then, we're on break. So let's open a public hearing on House Bill 460-FN relative to utility investments in distributed energy resources, and call upon the bill's sponsor, Representative McGee, to introduce this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues on Science, Technology, and Energy. I'm Representative Kat McGee from Hillsborough 35 Hollis. I come before you today in support of HB 460, which is a simple bill. The bill seeks to further define the factors to be considered by the Public Utilities Commission when being asked to determine the public interest prior to authorizing a utility's recovery rate for its portion of a distributed energy investment. As most are aware, utilities are able to invest in up to 6% of their load demand in distributed energy generation. This was decided upon in order to increase clean energy supply in the state and to support fuel diversity. The statute in question is RSA 374G5 2F, and I've given you a printout of the section of 374, which is the electric restructuring statute, just so you can see it in context. The idea is that instead of letter F simply saying the effect on competition within the region's electricity markets and the state's energy services market. So what this bill seeks to do is, rather than leave that as a general statement there, to put some specificity to it. So when the Public Utilities Commission is trying to determine whether something is valuable, or the value of something, that they include the actual factors that contribute to that value. So it would read under Section F, the effect on competition with the region's electricity markets and the state energy services market, including the extent to which utility rates, tariffs, metering, data sharing, consolidated bills, and load estimation and settlement processes enable customer generators and limited producers under RSA 362A to be able to realize credit for value produced and cost avoided comparable to those benefits claimed in the electric utility's proposal to support its proposed investment. Now, that sounds like a lot of words. It's a mouthful. But what it does is it is define the missing market factors in statute that should receive consideration by the Public Utilities Commission in the calculation of utility rate filings for reimbursement value. It serves to provide a level of specificity that is needed to ensure the PUC standard of just and reasonable for customers and make sure that it's not in the eye of the beholder, but it can be justified and even quantified by including market factors when they apply to determine reimbursement rates. Importantly, this bill incorporates the need to properly value customer generators and limited producers for their role in avoided costs for the utilities and customers. These are contributing factors. They are not represented in the statute today, and they should be listed in the statute. So that's the reason for the bill. My last point I'll give you before I open up for questions is, you may have noticed, like many of the bills that we have this year, this bill has a fiscal note. I looked into why specifying 7 additional market factors in statutory language would result in a fiscal note, because it's a very short bill. And I called the Office of Legislative Services. They referred me to the Legislative Budget Office. I'm sorry, the LBA. Legislative Budget Assistant. And Mr. Shea told me that Ben Martin McDonough of the PUC had responded on behalf of Head Commissioner Dan Goldner, and that Commissioner Goldner had said the PUC would need to open an adjudicative proceeding and hire staff and or consultants if the bill passed into law. In last week's testimony, Mr. Spidel, who's an attorney at the Public Utilities Commission, mentioned that when they have questions for which they no longer have staff expertise, They rely on subject matter experts from various stakeholders within the state. They have access to them all. They come into the PUC all the time. In that case, it was the New Hampshire Co-op that had provided expertise when they had a question. But they also have access to the utilities and people from Community Power, and all of them have significant expertise. They can and would be willing to informally provide to assist the state agencies in understanding the complexity of any of these issues. Adding this language to statute would not require an adjudicative proceeding unless our PUC is unfamiliar with utility rates, tariffs, metering, data sharing, consolidated bills, load estimation and settlement, and the importance of price signals for value produced and costs avoided. These are the nuts and bolts of the work the Public Utilities Commission is employed as our regulatory body to undertake. So if this knowledge does not exist in our current energy regulatory agency, that's more a commentary on decisions we've made in government reforms there. But this expertise did exist in the Public Utilities Commission when I first came to Concord. But that should not stop us from voting unanimously to define that these factors belong in the statute in order to help preserve competition in the electricity market, which is really the point of the bill. So with that, and I did give you all a handout, and it's just the section of 374 where this would be inserted. So I hope my explanation is clear in that currently there are some questions at PUC hearings about what should be in consideration for when these projects are being invested in. And if we can clarify that information as a legislature for them in the statutory language, then it's no longer a question. If all of these apply or only some of them apply, the fact is the list should be more comprehensive rather than less, and there can always be individual discussions based on the adjudicative proceeding that's in front of the Public Utilities Commission. But most of these are very standardized terms in terms of energy valuation, the value stack, if you will, and they are customarily being used by other public utilities commissions all over the region and all over the United States. So they're not, they shouldn't be presenting a real stumbling block for our regulators. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Representative McGee.
Thank you.
So did I understand you to say that adding 6 new,
7, I think I said.
6 or 7, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
new areas for investigation would not increase to some degree the work that the Public Utilities Commission must do to rule on the effective competition within these services markets?
I did not discuss investigations because the investigations are not, the investigations are being provided by the utilities, right? The data would be provided on all of these inputs. These would be the things that the Public Utilities Commission would want to consider and could consider. And we, as a legislative body, are simply taking those definitions and putting them into statute so that there is now a list of the items that have value that should be considered. It's not telling them they have to consider them. It's telling them this is the list. You should be looking at tariffs. You should be looking at data sharing, consolidated billing, load estimation. These are the components that are not currently articulated in the restructuring statute that should be considered for the valuation going back to the utilities. And I guess the whole point of it is to get to an accurate reimbursement to the utilities for the benefit of the projects that they're bringing on. And there are other contributors oftentimes in those, right? There's the people who are actually doing the generation that they're supporting. So right now, there isn't a real clear path for them to be able to say, how does this get parsed? And how much does the utility get reimbursed for this? How much of this is to their benefit and how much of it belongs to the generation asset or the the small producers that are actually helping to put it together. So these are the components that would have to be under consideration. And you asked about investigation. There's nothing in here about investigation, because generally how the Public Utilities Commission works is if the utilities want to be reimbursed for something and they're bringing a project to them, they will give them whatever it is they're required to give them. If this isn't in language, then these items will not be given to them. If these items are in language, then I'm sure that when they come to find out what that reimbursement is going to be, the rate reimbursement, they're going to bring this information to the Public Utilities Commission. It would not be the responsibility of the Public Utilities Commission to be an expert on these things or to provide their own information.
So my follow-up would be then who tries to determine how to realize credit for value produced and cost avoided?
Well, if it's an adjudicative proceeding, and it would be, because these are utility investments in distributed energy. So it would be a rate case where the utility is seeking to gain reimbursement. And so they would be making the case, right? For what they're due. But now the Public Utilities Commission would be able to ask on these specifics to get further information to make sure that they actually are due those things.
So this information would be used to justify the utility's investment in a DER resource.
Yep, and these are known components. They're just not currently in the electric restructuring statutory language.
Okay.
And that's all we're trying to do is add it. And when I saw the fiscal note, like, you have to hire people in order to read the, it really is just asking us to say, we know that these things exist and that they affect the valuation. Utility rates matter, tariffs matter, how metering's being done, data, all these pieces are components. So all we're saying is this language should be included there so that it can be discussed at a detailed level at the Public Utilities Commission.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm trying to get this straight. It sounds like what you're saying is that there's no analysis required by the PUC on this. So they're going to be giving a figure that represents utility rates, another figure that represents tariffs, another figure that represents metering, another figure that represents data sharing, so forth and so on. And they're going to be a whole stack of these things. And they're going to say, okay, they all add up to something. We don't have to analyze them. We whatever the utility gives us, we're accepting, and that's how we're going to determine this process.
Well,
I don't think you asking the PUC to simply say, here's tariffs, there's a number, here's metering data, there's a number, and they will just say, well, whatever you tell us, that's what we're accepting as fact.
Thank you for the question. Former Public Utilities Commissioner Michael Harrington. No, I don't think that's how it works. I mean, generally adjudicative proceedings have stakeholders and interveners, and it's not just the utilities that'll be providing the information or answering the questions. So there'll be a number of interested parties, I'm sure, that would be available so that there wouldn't have to be a lot of discussion about what utility rate applies or what tariff applies or what net metering cost applies. I think those things can be figured out pretty easily. And also, I think for a long time, we've been seeing bills and hearing that there is a discrepancy in statutory law that allows for the load estimation and settlement process. That's been kind of a sticking point for a while. It's right, there's value there. We're not acknowledging it and not properly costing for it. So I think what you do is you broaden the conversation for the folks who are engaged on any given docket at the Public Utilities Commission to have the conversations at the level that they need to for whatever the particular project is. If it doesn't apply, then it doesn't apply.
Follow up.
Well, I'm still trying to get this straight then. You're saying that there's multiple people coming in, so the utility may come in and say, we consider the tariff to be this and metering to be that. And somebody else can come in and say, no, we disagree with that. We're the I don't know, the consumer advocate or somebody. So then it's up to the PUC is going to have to analyze these numbers that are given there. And I don't know where they're going to get the staff to do that. I guess they defer to the Department of Energy to do some investigation on that filing and then make a determination if, yeah, we agree that the metering number that was provided by the utility is correct, or no, we think it's too high or too low. I mean, they're just not going to accept this on face value, especially when you talk about an adjudicative process. Anybody can challenge them. And if you're challenging them, then the PUC has to have some ability to go somewhere and say, we need this independently checked out by someone who doesn't have a bias one way or the other.
I agree with you. I was against their staff being cut when their staff was cut. But, we have to move forward from the present reality. So I guess what I'm saying is that the adjudicative proceedings that I've witnessed always have information coming from both sides that has to be analyzed. And the staffing considerations are something we need to hear from the Public Utilities Commission on. We're not responsible for figuring out those, we were told when the Department of Energy was created and the Public Utilities Commission jobs all went over to DOE, that they would be providing some support there. So I can't answer the question about what level of expertise they have, but they are the regulatory body that is in charge of this aspect of our law. So I think that the fact that there may be issues with sufficient expertise among the Public Utilities Commission as it is currently constituted is a separate issue from whether or not this body should unanimously pass this bill saying that these are the things that should be considered when a utility is looking for reimbursement in order to make sure that the price that they are being given is just and reasonable, as the statute requires. So I don't know how else to say it. I just think if this is confusing to people, I don't know who else within our government can figure out how to understand these, because they are the people that are responsible for this. So
Section F, which is the
Yes.
section we're under discussion here, is part of Section 2.
Yep.
And Section 2 is all about authorizing the utilities' recovery of investments.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
So Section F wants part of that authorization to recover investments to investigate the effect on competition. That's what Section F is all about,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
So that being the case, it's not clear what some of these factors here, rates, tariffs, metering, data sharing, have to do with competition in the region's electricity markets. Can you elaborate on what those effects might be?
Well, I think Section 2 is not just utility investment recovery, but utility investment recovery for distributed energy resources. So what comes into play is the competitors that are providing the generation and how we allocate which portions of the value of the project that are being done go to which of the participants in creating the energy and making it available. So it's a competitive market, and this section, Section 2, is only about the utilities' ability to recover what they should rightfully recover for investing in distributed energy in a particular project. And so the argument goes that the section that says the effect on competition is the appropriate place to put in, including these factors that should be considered in order to come to a correct valuation that are currently not in the mix. And there's probably people who can articulate it better than I can, because it's their business. It's not my business. This is my understanding of why we're putting it where we're putting it, and what it will assist with. Because you'll note that in the bolded language in the bill, which is a very, one paragraph bill, it also says, and load estimation and settlement processes enable customer generators and limited producers under RSA 362A to be able to realize credit for value produced and costs avoided. Okay, though it is getting complicated. I mean, everything is getting complicated. But if you want to have a free market, you have to first evaluate the pieces appropriately. And I think that's what this bill is attempting to do, is trying to pull into the conversation the pieces that actually exist already, but that may not be under consideration.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGee, for bringing this forward. And I think you've done an admirable job trying to explain the different items here, because it is complicated. But I don't want us to lose view of the forest for the trees. And I think there's a lot of trees here, and I agree that the state and the regulatory commission ought to have the bandwidth to deal with these trees if they're important to the underlying statute, which is intended to bring on more.
Do you have a
distributed energy.
question?
Yeah, I do. So how does this, the underlying statute is intended to bring on more distributed energy, correct? And also at the same time, preserve a competitive marketplace. That's the section we're talking about. So how does this bill bring on or guarantee that, as which is our overall overarching interest, is to bring on more distributed generation, correct? So how does this bill do that, and how does it preserve a marketplace?
Yeah, I don't think it does. I think it's more aimed at making sure that on the competitive market side, that the valuation that is provided to these projects is distributed properly and understood properly. And it's almost it's an attempt to require more sophistication in the conversation around how this new market is going to work together. All right, so it's gonna put into statute factors or components that might not fully be being considered, but that we would like them to be considered in order to support the competitive market. And so I don't think it increases anything. I think the utilities are still going to be doing what they're doing in terms of their investments in distributed energy resources, up to the 6% requirement of their load, up to what they can invest in. So I don't think it increases anything. You'd have to increase the 6% if you wanted to actually say they could do more. So this bill doesn't get at what the utilities are doing in this vein. It just says that under the Electric Utility Investment in Distributed Energy Resources section of statute, under authorization, that the effects on competition piece will have additional clarification in terms of what should be considered.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Are these common sense factors currently being considered when looking at the effect on competition? And even if they are, wouldn't standardizing and identifying these factors make things more efficient, fair, and overall a more balanced consideration?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the nail on the head. Not the first part of the question, but the second half is that if you standardize around language of what's expected, then every case would be uniform in terms of how it's viewed. And as I mentioned before, not every component here would be relevant in every case. And so it would be on a case-by-case basis, but at least the parties would be able to say, does it relate? Does it not relate? So there would be, something in statute to hold on to be able to have the conversation about whether something is being left out. And I don't think it's overly burdensome to the Public Utilities Commission either, because this is really, as I said in my testimony, it's the nuts and bolts of what they're doing. It's the market that's different. and that has to be accommodated in terms of how we view the value. I know when it's going back a bit, but when Lee Oxenham was here, she used to bring in charts and everything about the value stack, and she would talk about how other states view the value stack of renewable energy in terms of what it provides to the system. It isn't steady state, but it does provide reliability because it augments and it helps with peak, and it does a whole bunch of things. So it's complicated to look at all the issues, and I guess what this bill is trying to do is say the Public Utilities Commission is where we want them to look at these issues, and if they need something, if they really need something, I'm sure they're going to come testify. They can let us know what that is, but the fact is, this isn't going to go away. These components are there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't make them up.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been looking at the core statute here, which subsection F is a part of. And
Yes.
I look at G and H in particular, and I say you're asking there that the costs and benefits in the competitive market are to all be addressed. So in my mind, all the things that you listed are embodied in G and H already in assessing competition. So I'm not understanding why we need this language. Can you help me understand why G and H don't work
Why they don't work?
for what you're trying to get done?
Well, I mean, I think they're separate and distinct. I think F is about the effects of on the competition, and that's where the items that affect the valuation here are in F. All of these are distinct, right? A through I, they're all different aspects of number 2, of how to figure out the recovery on distributed energy resource investments. So I don't see G and H as actually being the same. I mean, they're talking about the expected value and economic benefits of the investment to the utilities ratepayers is distinct, and the cost and benefits to the utilities customers is distinct. So the place where this language goes is appropriate. I mean, is appropriately the effect on competition within the region's electricity markets and the state's energy services market. So it's separate in my mind. So I don't have any other answer for you. I don't see them as being overlapping. I see them as different.
Follow up?
Yes. So when you're looking at competition, you've identified those 7 factors.
Yep.
When you're looking in G and H, you're looking at the cost and the benefits to both the utility and to the ratepayers. So when you're looking at the
Yep.
benefits to the ratepayers, the kinds of things that you're identifying in your 7 factors
Yep.
are those factors. So if you're doing that assessment, you've covered the base.
So are you suggesting that we take those factors and put that specificity in G versus F?
I'm suggesting you don't need it at all.
Well, F is the effect on competitive markets, right? So that's another consideration that they have. So,
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can hear from some other folks on this legislation. I know there's quite a few folks here who have signed up to give us their perspective. We might learn more from them. So let's call on next Megan Stone and Matthew Young from the New Hampshire Department of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Matt Young, and I'm an attorney with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this legislation currently. I think similar to the language that was in the fiscal note coming into today, we were a bit unclear on the intent and the effect of the bill. I will, after hearing Representative McGee's testimony, I think I could offer a few points that might help with some context. First, which I think was discussed, but I just wanted to kind of emphasize, is that this bill specifically deals with the 374G projects, I'll call them. Since my time at the department, I'm only aware of 2 such projects that have come before the Public Utilities Commission. Definitely one. I think there's one other. And then I would also note that I believe, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned what we're calling, I think, the 7 areas or factors that are included in this bill. And several of those factors are currently being considered by the Public Utilities Commission now in current dockets. I wouldn't say that all of them are being considered, but several of them are being considered. In fact, the extent to which the utility does provide that information is being considered. And with that, I'd be happy to answer some questions.
Okay, any questions for the department? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. You just said that several of those factors are currently being considered, but not all of them. But are there some decisions that are made that are not including some of these factors? And could that lead to not enough information on a decision?
So the dockets that I was speaking of aren't 374G projects, so it's a little different context. But the extent to which the utilities are providing, for an example, I think data sharing related to consolidated billing, things like that, are being considered. Does that answer your question?
Follow up. So I think what I'm trying to say is you're saying not all of these factors are being considered. If they're considering some of these factors in one case, some of the perhaps different factors in another case, how is that a balanced consideration?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question to be able to provide an answer to that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. The question I have is, does it seem like would these be considered just an encouragement as far as F here to be a little bit more specific to encourage due diligence on this matter so that these items are enumerated for the public's confidence?
I would say it definitely provides more specificity than is currently included.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to get this straight as who's going to do what. Is it the department's position that if this was passed into law, that determining all of these new factors now would be done by them and submitted to the PUC? Or is it going to be just submitted to the PUC by the utilities and no one in the Department of Energy is going to look at it? How do you envision that working?
So I would envision similar to one of the other dockets that considered one of these projects. I would say it's the utility's burden to meet whatever statutory requirements are out there. Then the department does its review, provides a recommendation for the commission.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So you would envision then that the utility submittal would go to the DOE for review and then a recommendation back to the commission. So there would be people involved in doing this at the Department of Energy.
So I'm sorry, they would file a petition at the Public Utilities Commission to which the department would be a party to that proceeding.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker talked about these and he identified them as new factors. So are these new factors or are they factors that are currently being looked at by the PUC? And if they are current factors, then what is wrong with identifying them?
I would defer that question to the commission. I don't know that their order on the recent proceeding was as specific.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank the two of you for testifying here today, and I'd like to call on Henry Herndon from the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good afternoon, Henry. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you as well. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Henry Herndon. I'm the Director of Member Services with Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. We are a not-for-profit power agency and supplier governed by local communities here in the state and operated by industry experts. Part of what we do is expand competitive energy choices available to homes and businesses. And over the past couple of years, since this market has taken off in the state, we have supported homes and businesses to save more than $20 million on their electric bills. And we think there's a lot more value to be had with opportunities to expand competitive opportunities in the energy space. I'm here to testify on behalf of CPCNH in support of House Bill 460 because it is an important tool in helping to level the playing field between utility companies and the competitive market in providing cost-saving energy solutions to customers. So distributed energy resources, when they are cost-effective in the form of local renewable energy generators, energy storage, or other demand management tools, can reduce wholesale power costs, costs associated with the ISO New England, and costs associated with our interstate transmission infrastructure by just producing power a little closer to home and not having to rely on those large out-of-state infrastructures and the associated costs. Part of the purpose of this legislation is to address a challenge where currently state regulation is inadvertently potentially granting utility companies a monopoly on the development of these local power resources and undermining the ability of customers to have choice and for the competitive market to innovate and provide some of those solutions that can save costs for customers. There's some examples, and perhaps I'll talk about at least one of them, but utilities are proposing and developing some distributed energy projects. One good example, I've passed around material from Unitil's proposal developing a 5 megawatt solar tracker meaning it follows the sun, in Kingston, New Hampshire. Now, this is a good project, supportive of this project. It's kudos to Unitil for sort of innovating and saying, hey, we can save customers money if we have a local generator and if we look at all of the ways that can produce value for customers. And what that does is it lowers the Unitil's costs from wholesale power purchases from the transmission system and line losses and some other values. We feel that this legislation is important in enabling the same justifications that allow the monopoly utility to create those projects. Those same justifications should be available on a competitive market basis to sort of just expand choice and have the competition create ways to drive down cost for customers. So we would propose that this bill should be voted ought to pass to bolster that market. And I just want to respond to a couple of the items that have been discussed. I think a key feature was identified that this is the section relative to the effect on competition. And it may, I think perhaps there's a little bit of confusion. The intent is not to have more regulation. The intent is to have less regulation, to allow unregulated entities to have a level playing field on some of the rules that the utilities have. And also what was discussed is sort of what do these factors have to do with competition? And I'll just maybe try to clarify that question. So tariffs, meters, load estimation, these are the factors. What do they have to do with competition? So what Unitil has said is let's look at a tariff, the transmission tariff, that sends a price signal. It says that the monthly peak hour drives the transmission cost. Does my solar project produce power during that monthly peak? Now it's lowering my monthly peak transmission costs. So that's the tariff and perhaps the metering component. Do we have a meter that measures that solar array's reduction to the transmission tariff? And then we could look at load estimation. Load estimation has to do with how much power do we estimate we buy in ISO New England. Well, if we have a transmission tariff and we have a solar array and we're metering its production during the monthly transmission peak, we can now estimate a reduction in our load that we buy from ISO New England. These are the rules that Unitil has used to justify that investment, and they're good, and they show, look, now we're paying less for power because we got a local project in ISO and transmission costs are going down. What this legislation is suggesting is that those factors that are justifying monopoly utility investments shouldn't be restricted to the monopoly utility only. Inadvertently, we have a situation where a competitive developer or a competitive supplier are unable to make that same cost-effective investment and be paid for the lowering of the transmission tariff, the reduction to their estimated wholesale load. That's why those factors are being listed, and that's why we feel this legislation is necessary to expand sort of a marketplace where customers can choose some of those options. So I'll be happy to answer any questions and perhaps speak more to the specifics of the factors, and I appreciate the committee's time.
Thank you. Excellent testimony. So you think that the additions to this legislation as outlined in this bill will enable utilities when they're trying to recover their costs for investing in distributed energy resources to do something like what Unitil did in estimating the effect on their own rates, tariffs, et cetera. And so you think that putting this in statute here will be beneficial to limited electrical producers under RSA 362A and other customer generators? Is that the goal here?
Yes, the goal is perhaps maybe not comprehensively, but in a stepwise fashion, getting closer to good utilities are doing these projects. We can calculate, then see that they're saving power or saving money. We want to allow them on a limited basis. And what we've learned here and what we've seen about how the load estimation and the tariffs and these are being considered to lower costs, those factors we want to consider to make them available to the competitive market as well. So the utility can't discriminate and say, we can reduce our load estimation and we can save cost, but you, the competitive supplier, cannot, your load estimation remains unchanged. You are not able to lower your own costs. Those would be socialized and said, there's a current problem where load estimation reductions for the non-utility projects under this section, they're socialized to all customers. We as a supplier, we would like to have power from a local project that reduces how much power we have to buy in the ISO New England, and then not have to double pay for it, not have to, this would help to enable us to provide more cost savings by having the same justifications.
Follow-up question would be, do any of the types of materials that would be necessary to back up these estimates of competition, market competition, are any of those like proprietary data that the utilities would be reluctant to divulge? And so would imposing this kind of requirement on them discourage them from doing these DER projects?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe so. I don't believe that it would be proprietary. Right, and really, you know, in the Unitil example, they've sort of done the good work of showing the value. And then this would just provide that clarification to the commission and in future projects saying, yes, we approve you, Unitil, to do this project, and apply the same load reduction and tariff methodology to a competitive market actor so they can go and make their own private investment, and we don't have to sort of rate base all of the investments in distributed energy. We can just allow private investment to do that without having the sort of regulated rate return.
Other questions? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. So I'm a little confused here. We're talking about the electric utility may seek rate recovery for a portion of its investments in distributed energy, but then you're talking about someone who's investing in distributed energy that's not a public utility. So as part of the filing for the public utility, they're supposed to say, because we're doing this distributed generation energy project, it has some effect on making someone else's distributed energy project cheaper. And the utility was going to calculate that and then give it to whoever this somebody else is, and then they'll get paid more or get credit. I don't understand how this is working. What if the utility doesn't file anything?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think the intention is the way the statute is already outlined, there is a series of factors that the PUC must consider, A, B, C, D. One of those factors is what does the effect on competition of the utility investment? Right now, the effect on competition is utilities have a certain set of rules on load estimation that they can use, but the marketplace doesn't have a fair access to that same set of rules. So we feel that a level playing field where the rules utilities are able to use to justify their investment shouldn't be only available to the utility. And in the Public Utility Commission's consideration of approving that project, again, I'm not saying I don't think utilities should be able to do some of these cost-effective projects, but in the Commission's consideration of that, those same justifications would now be opened up and made available to the limited producers or the competitive actors.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, I understand you want to have the same set of rules for everybody, but I'm trying to get more practical on how this would work. You have the utility filing putting a rate case in for their distributed energy resource, and they want to get their money back and whatever and so forth, so on. And somehow in the process of that filing, they're going to calculate how much credit should be realized in value produced and cost avoided for comparable to those benefits. For who? Some unnamed distributed generator, or is it they have to do this monthly, or is this done once a year? What if they don't invest in any distributed generation then? And how does that credit going to get to the private distributed energy producer?
I don't know if I have an exact answer to that question. I think it's a good question. And I think, again, the intent is, looking at the rates, tariffs, metering data, these are all the things. Unitil's done the homework and they've looked at those things and shown, look, our load settlement has gone down because we've got local power. And then it says, how does this enable customer generators and limited producers under the law to be able to realize credit for value produced and costs avoided comparable to those benefits claimed in the electric utilities proposal? So this is, again, it's just saying, utility, you can still do your project. You just cannot block a competitive market actor from doing a similar project and similarly using load estimation or tariffs or metering to be compensated the same way you're compensating yourself.
Okay, follow up?
One more, that's
Okay,
it.
that'll be it. I understand the basic, you kind of come with the principle, the same rules should apply to everybody. If the utility puts in a 2 megawatt generation and they get so much credit for transmission savings or whatever, then someone else doing that should get it. I'm trying to figure out the process, because this is a filing that the utility makes. So the utility's putting in a 2 megawatt solar panel farm someplace. They come up with specific savings for that 2 megawatts in that location. And then somehow someone else is going to put up a 1 megawatt solar thing 150 miles away.
Right.
And they're going to say, well, whatever they claimed in savings over there, we're getting over here. And of course, there's a difference there because the utility has to provide load. So that 2 megawatts turns off because it's cloudy. They go get the power from someplace else.
Right.
The private 1 megawatt turns off because it's cloudy. They just don't run. They get no penalty.
Well, so that would be under net metering, but not under a limited producer or sort of a market construct. I would agree with you. And again, that's why if you don't produce during the transmission peak, we shouldn't pay you for saving transmission costs. But if you produce during that, then we would pay you. And I think, again, there might be a larger sort of look at how can we ensure, a correct retail market in the state. I think this is at least saying to the Public Utility Commission, when you're approving these projects, ask the question, is the market able to play by the same rules that the utility is able to play by? And if it's not, then can we sort of try to enable that further so there's more competition?
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Herndon, for coming in. So these 7 factors, are they being applied? I got a couple questions, but are they being applied now in the regular utility rate case under this statute? And if they're not, is your intent to make the investment in distributed generation easier for utilities as well as for the competitive suppliers? Or
They are being, so in the Unitil example, which I'll return to, they are being applied. Unitil is essentially saying, look, we have this much less wholesale energy cost, this much less wholesale capacity cost, this much less transmission, line loss, ancillary services, all the fees that are part of the ISO system. Similarly, there are state studies of what is the value of a local load reducer or distributed energy resource, and they look at all those same, the cost stack, the value stack that we've discussed. So I don't know that we're trying to say we want more or less utility investments, as opposed to the bill is just clarifying. Already the PUC is directed to look at the effect on competition. We know the effect on competition is important to the state in existing law. These 7 factors, they're the nuts and bolts of the how does it affect competition, and can certain entities or utilities or monopolies use these factors one way without letting market actors do the same. And we feel that if market actors were able to do the same, we'd have a much more efficient deployment of those resources, as opposed to having the PUC adjudicate each one for 2 years. You could just say, hey, did you produce during the transmission peak? Did it lower your load settlement? We're going to do the load settlement math correctly now.
Okay, Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just following on to what you just said, would it be correct to characterize this as saying that by having this information explicitly included, that it creates a more efficient market?
I would suggest it would be a step in that direction. Yes, I think it would. It puts to the consideration, what are the factors that are being used to justify this, and is it kind of done on a discriminatory basis, or is it on an open access basis? So I think that would be a step towards creating a more efficient market. There's perhaps our retail market in the state, there are perhaps a number of things that would be needed to make a truly competitive, and when I say retail market, we've succeeded at a wholesale level. We have the ISO New England, there's real-time price signals, it's based on supply and demand, it's a true marketplace where generators are competing. At a retail level, we don't have the price signals, and we don't have some of these other factors like the load estimation and the open access. So there is perhaps a broader conversation about how do we truly establish market competition at a New Hampshire level, at a retail level, that can alleviate some of the costs of the ISO. I think this is a step in that direction, but not a comprehensive solution.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I want to thank you. That's excellent testimony as usual from the CPC&H. So next we'll hear the perspective of Eversource as Michael Licata will give us the utilities perspective on this proposed legislation. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. For the record, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. A lot of questions that the committee has had, and I think perhaps part of the source of that is how the bill is structured. As has been discussed, the bill would add several, just for the record, again, Eversource is opposed to the bill that as it has been introduced. The bill would add several new factors, and it's important to state that those are new factors. They are not something that is currently under consideration when the Public Utilities Commission is reviewing utility investments as part of 374G. And these are the factors that the commission does take into account and weigh when determining if those specific projects that a utility is proposing are in the public interest. And I think it's really, really important to focus on the fact that the commission is reviewing the costs, the benefits, the manner in which a utility went about proposing to construct these projects. This is not done on a statewide basis. It is very project specific. It's location specific. It is not tied to a broader kind of policy issue. We believe that the current factors are in fact clear and well understood. And they also make sense when determining whether a specific project is in the public interest. If you review the statute, they are items such as whether the project would impact the safety, reliability of the grid, the costs, the benefits, the environmental impacts. And the addition of these new factors, we believe, are unclear and do not appear to be consistent with the evaluation of a specific project and the costs and benefits of that project. Instead, the new factors appear to shift the entire conversation at the Public Utilities Commission. Instead of being a review of the project, would be based on whether or not an unregulated third party has some form of compensation for their competitive distributed energy resources, which, quite frankly, if you look at 374G, it is very clear and very specific, and there are very clear limitations on the types of projects that utilities are allowed to construct. Third parties don't have to, nor should they, have any of those limitations applied to them. So you're taking the review and cost benefit and public interest finding of a specific project and shifting that conversation to should unregulated third-party competitive projects have some form of compensation that would ultimately be provided for by customers. We don't believe that that's helpful. We don't believe that that's in keeping with the intent of 374G. And I would also point out that, as was discussed, 374G has only been used successfully once in the state of New Hampshire. And candidly, it is disappointing to see the legislature contemplating, after the one successful project, stepping in and changing the rules of the game for utilities. This would have a chilling effect on utility investment. And candidly, with this new language, it's unclear whether we would even be able to continue to provide or look for investments similar to the Unitil Kingston project. There were a number of statements made by the gentleman, Mr. Herndon from Community Power. I think a number of them are factually incorrect, stating that utilities are blocking investment, stating that utilities have a monopoly on distributed energy resources. Simply put, we fundamentally disagree with those. Normally, I wouldn't comment on another, testifier's speech, but those were far beyond the pale. And quite frankly, we feel the need to say on the record that that is certainly our belief that those are factually incorrect statements. And I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Well, thank you for your candid testimony. I do have a question. It would appear that the intent of this legislation is to codify in statute some concepts that are difficult to prove. Concepts like avoided load, avoided transmission and distribution costs, avoided line losses. When you apply those to distributed energy resources, because they're intermittent resources, isn't it difficult to figure out exactly if they even exist, much less how to quantify them?
I think there seems to be a fundamental disconnect between, and again, I don't work at Unitil, as the committee knows. I really can't speak to their Kingston filing. However, there does seem to be a disconnect between the interpretation by one community power organization of the utility's positioning and what they're seeking. So I'll try to speak in more general terms, because Unitil can speak about their project. But essentially, when a utility is making the filing with the Public Utilities Commission, they're showing that the benefits of the project outweigh the costs. So how much does it cost to build, and the utilities rate of return, which is regulated. And what are the benefits? And there are a number of different benefits that utilities could show. Compliance with the renewable portfolio standard, for example, that these are essentially REC generating. If there are, exports at the time of coincident peak, as has been discussed, there can be transmission benefits associated with that, or capacity benefits. Those are cost savings. So those are estimated exports that you model out may save customers money. That is very different than saying, and this has not been the position of the utilities, that they should be compensated on those estimated levels. And so it's very different to say all customers will receive a benefit from this because we are estimating certain savings versus write me a check for that. Those are two very different things. And if you walk through, and I think Representative Harrington was trying to go there, how would that happen? What's the mechanics of providing that benefit back? So you're saying that a third-party unregulated generator has exported at the same time as the coincident transmission peak. And so had that export not occurred, the transmission peak would be higher. So the utility then has to artificially increase their transmission costs to create a revenue stream to provide back to that generator. So in effect, you're increasing costs to all customers in order to write a check to an unregulated third party. Again, the mechanics of it get kind of messy and slippery very quickly. And all that to say, we don't believe any of that should be part of the Public Utilities Commission's review of whether the costs and the benefits of a very specific utility investment are in the public interest.
Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Getting back to what we kind of just referred to there, I'm still trying to figure how this would work, because it appears that let's say Eversource decides they're going to put in a 3 megawatt solar panel in, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Now they put it in and they estimate that it's going to save this, and you're going to get benefits because you can get RECs from it, and it's going to peak shave or whatever. You come up with some type of an estimate of the cost savings and put it against the cost benefit. And if it comes out positive, then you'll build it, and hopefully the commission would approve it. So then you have those numbers. But now somebody else decides 2 months later they want to build let's say the same thing, a 2 megawatt solar project, but they want to build it in Colebrook. And there's a whole different transmission system, distribution's different, location's different. So under this, I guess they would just say, well, whatever they saved in Portsmouth, we want credit for here. Is that kind of the logic of this? That's what I'm reading it.
So I don't know if that is the intent. I think it's a fair question that you're asking. I would note that what I believe you heard from the Department of Energy is many of these concepts around load settlement, consolidated billing, the data sharing that goes on between the utilities and third-party aggregations are currently being discussed as part of active adjudications at the Public Utilities Commission. And I know that there are, because they're available, several other bills that will come before you today on those same topics. So I don't know if it's trying to force a resolution in those active adjudications. It confuses us as well.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up.
Only one this time. So the way I read this as well then is if a period goes by, 2, 3, 4 years, and the utility doesn't opt to do one of these distributed energy projects, because it's up to them. They're not being forced to do it. So then somebody else wants to put in a third-party one. They're going to look and say, we want to save this. Well, there's no analysis has been done. How am I going to get my credit? I mean, is that the open question here? If there's none performed by the utility, then there's no basis for determining the credit. So how do you assign someone credit for a third party?
I think that's a fair question.
All right, thank you.
Rhetorical, but fair. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and actually, this may be a point of order. I don't recall in last term or this term, one respected testifier questioning another well-respected testifier's integrity and honesty. Could we please invite the original testifier back to clarify and defend their statements?
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with you that Mr. Licata somehow impugned the honesty of Mr. Herndon. I think what he was criticizing was, or disagreeing with, was Mr. Herndon's facts and ideas. So I don't see it's necessary to allow Mr. Herndon to come back and defend himself. I know he can defend himself very ably, but Mr. Licata is entitled to disagree with what Mr. Herndon presented. Any other questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Licata. I'll go back to my original point in the previous question, which is the underlying statute identifies distributed generation resources as a priority for our state in terms of utility investments, and we want to activate that by this statute. And we also know that there's been a very slow uptake of this opportunity on the part of the utilities. So, and you're also saying that these 7 factors have nothing to do with your business model and won't help at all. So what are the factors that we ought to be looking at in order to incentivize the utilities to take up more investment in distributed generation if these aren't the ones?
So I think it's fair to say that there has been limited execution of this portion of the statute by the utilities. There had been previous orders and positions by previous public utilities commissions that sort of cast, at least for Eversource, concern that investments using this this portion of the statute would not be well looked upon by the Public Utilities Commission. And so utilities, at least Eversource, determined that it was probably not an area of focus. I will say, and much kudos to Unitil for structuring a good filing that was able to get PUC approval, and in some ways showing a pathway forward for other utilities about how to move forward on this. I will say that Eversource is actively considering multiple potential investment opportunities under this. And obviously changes to this statute would have a chilling effect on that, as I've previously testified.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll turn next, and thank you, Mr. Licata, turn next to Clean Energy New Hampshire and invite Sam Evans-Brown back up to talk with us to give us his perspective on this proposed legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. The hour is getting late, and so I'll try to be brief. I think probably much of the substance of this has already been hashed out, but I'd maybe like to try to pull the camera up a little bit to a slightly more 30,000-foot view of this particular issue. Clean Energy New Hampshire is neutral on the bill as introduced. I think that some of the questions about how to operationalize this are worthy ones. I think the concept, though, is a good one. The 2 studies that I think the committee should really turn their attention to that have been filed at the Public Utilities Commission are the value of distributed energy resources study, and more importantly, I think the locational value of distributed generation study, which came out prior to the VDER report. The VDER report really is the justification for the net metering tariffs that we have today. It essentially says that small scale distributed generation connected to the distribution grid as opposed to the bulk transmission grid has extra value. And that's why we give extra compensation to net metered projects. The locational value study sort of further elaborates on that and says on certain spots on the grid, there's even more value to generation because you have circuits that are stressed, you have load pockets, you have, upcoming utility investments that can be deferred with an investment in generation as opposed to just more substations and poles and wires. I think the nuance here that's interesting is that Currently, a third-party merchant developer has no insight into which are those circuits that would benefit from additional generation. They have no way to monetize that additional benefit on those additional circuits. And when you read I apologize for the acronym, but the LVDG, the locational value study, what you see is that there's a huge amount of discrepancy between the value on different circuits. There are circuits in which additional generation doesn't provide any additional value, and there are circuits on which additional generation provides huge amounts of value. Other states have recognized this, and they have created tariffs, they've created programs, they've created price signals that allow you to get additional compensation if you're putting generation close to load on circuits that are stressed. So in particular, Vermont has a very much publicized battery storage incentive, and essentially you get paid extra. Your incentive is doubled if you do battery storage that is controlled by the utility and is on a circuit that has been identified as a circuit in need of additional support. And so I think while the specific language of the bill and I think the questions about how you would operationalize this and what it means are all valid questions, it's a really important idea that there are currently elements of the value stack that's been alluded to multiple times that third-party developers have no way to access. It would be a valuable discussion with our utility partners as to how you could structure some sort of rate or tariff or program that would create the price signal that's being asked for here. And I'm hopeful that despite the disagreement between the Community Power Coalition and Eversource about this specific bill, that's a conversation that we all can have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Evans-Brown? Well, seeing none, thank you. We'll close our public hearing today by hearing from Unitil. Alex O'Meara is going to come up and talk to us about his perspective on this bill, and having been intimately involved with the Unitil project that Mr. Herndon referred to earlier, he can answer a lot of questions that we might have. So, Mr. O'Meara, welcome. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
I see that now. Thank you very much. I'll do the best to answer the questions as I can. For the record, as noted, my name is Alec O'Meara. I am here to represent Unitil, and our ears are collectively burning. We've been discussed quite a bit here and recognize why. Wanted to talk a little bit about our project as it stands, clarify a few points in regards to what the value of the Kingston Solar Array is for our customers, and talk a little bit about some of the dockets and adjudicated proceedings that are happening around this, because I think it's relevant. First and foremost, when we talk about the value to our customers and the cost benefit analysis that happened with our solar array, and for anyone here who isn't familiar with our solar array, it was approved, ground broke on it last year. We're expecting it to come online later this year. The cost benefit analysis specifically was looking to the value that the DER project provides to our overall distribution system. We talked about, there's been a lot of talk today about reimbursement and compensation. This is really an offset. I think that's the right way to think about what the value of this project is for our customers. Because of the energy that is being generated by this project is localized, it does give us the opportunity to lower the overall transmission costs that we have and lower the distribution costs. Effectively, because it is part of our distribution system, this DER project will allow us to operate our distribution system more efficiently. What that means is that the system as a whole will lower costs for all Unitil customers, that is all Unitil electric customers in New Hampshire, universally. It benefits all customers, whether they are on any kind of supply, if they're on default supply, if they're on supply from a third-party provider. The system itself lowers other costs, and that provides the benefit for our customers. That's different than saying that it provides a level of reimbursement for us as a utility. I think that's an important distinction to make for this group. The other point I wanted to make is, since there's been a lot of talk about this idea of load settlement, I know that Eversource referenced this, but there is an active docket before the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission that is looking at all of these concepts, this idea of load settlement, compensation for third-party net meter providers, power generators. I believe its number is 2260060, and it's going to get underway in February of this year. And all of these pieces are going to be reviewed as part of that docket. And from Unitil's perspective, that docket is the appropriate place for all these conversations to occur. Finally, the third question that I wanted to raise was, it has been asked a few times here, will this potential addition to the statute potentially hinder future projects on behalf of utilities? From Unitil's perspective, being the utility that has gone through this project, we're looking at this language and we're saying, yes, that is a possibility. Overall, like we had said, because there is this docket happening with the PUC 2260, a concern that one might have would be that adding this language to this particular docket would create a situation where this issue could get relitigated over and over as part of all future proceedings when another project comes before. Again, there is a path right now before the PUC to have this concept of load generation be looked at. Adding it to this statute as well could potentially mean that it gets, if you don't like how that came out, it could come up again and again. So I think it's important to raise that potential issue as well. So overall, had a hunch our solar array might come up today as part of this bill. So wanted to come in and give you our perspective on those pieces and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Alec, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name as Alex.
That's quite all right.
I didn't look closely enough at your card to see that it was Alec. So I have a question. I think I understood you to say that open dockets currently at the PUC on many of these subjects like load estimation and settlement processes and data sharing, et cetera, might make passing this legislation premature. You did not indicate on your card, though, whether you support or oppose this legislation or are neutral.
Yeah, we are neutral on this legislation. We came here from an educational perspective. As we expected, our solar array was likely going to be a topic of conversation here, and we would have some points of clarification following testimony, and that's why we're here, and that's what we're saying.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. As far as your project in Kingston goes, is it accurate to state that you went through all this analysis on reduction of load and transmission costs and so forth, and those results were unique to that particular project at that location and wouldn't necessarily apply to a different project 100 miles away?
I think it's accurate to say that location of a specific project would be a factor with any such development. Going forward, each individual project should probably be looked at a case-by-case basis. I think that's a prudent approach for any distribution project.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Corman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. O'Meara. I'm sorry, but I was a little unclear on how it would be that this bill could have projects being relitigated. Can you go into that in a little more detail? What the steps would be, why that would happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, we found the language in the statute a bit broad. We're just acknowledging that it appears to have a lot of parallels with an active docket before the PUC right now. So in looking at that, adding specific language to this particular docket could create the potential where these topics then get reviewed on a repeated basis as opposed to in a separate docket, which then has an order and declares what that process would be going forward. A docket has an endpoint. A statute can be reviewed in perpetuity.
Good point. Further questions? Seeing none, it looks like we're done. Thank you, Mr. O'Meara, for being here. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment or give some brief testimony who forgot to submit a pick card? Okay, seeing none, I guess we're done. So we're going to close the public hearing on House Bill 406 FN. And that pretty much concludes our business for today. I will remind members that we will start a executive session on 3 bills tomorrow morning promptly at 9 o'clock. And after that, we'll have public hearings on 4 additional bills over the course of the rest of the day. So thank you for your work today, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Representative Ploche.
Representative Ploget.
Blue sheet.
If you'd like to read the blue sheets, please do.
Okay, on the blue sheets today, House Bill 189, 0 pro, 0 against. House Bill 221, 1 in favor, 7 opposed. House Bill 224, 1 in favor, 7 opposed. House Bill 436, there was none in favor, none opposed. Same with House Bill 627, none in favor, none opposed. Our last bill, House Bill 460, was 1 in favor, none opposed.